It is 6 o'clock. Good morning, live from the Circus Sports at the Min Kentucky Downs studio. I'm Zach Kroll. The knockout round of the World Cup began yesterday as Canada is the first team to punch their tickets into the round of 16 with a 1-0 victory over South Africa. Steven Eustachio scored the game winner in the 92nd minute to secure the victory for Canada. Team USA, meanwhile, is set to take on Bosnia at 7 p.m. Central Time in Seattle on Wednesday. We had another trade in the NBA yesterday as the Charlotte Hornets are trading Miles Bridges, a 2029 first-round pick, and a 2027 second-round pick to the Phoenix Suns for Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, and a 2033 first-round pick per ESPN's Shams Charania. Finally, the NHL entry draft concluded this weekend as the Predators selected 8 new players, headlined by winger Wyatt Cullen out of USA Hockey's National Team Development Program with the number 10 overall pick. He is committed to play collegiate hockey at the University of Minnesota. For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, you got to visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Oh, very good Monday morning to you from Music City, USA. Welcome in to Ramon and Will. Outside on a gorgeous day from Governor's Club in Brentwood. We are here at Governor's Club for Jeffery Simmons' first charity golf tournament, Golf for a Reason, put on by Big Jeff's Foundation. Give 'em a Reason Foundation. Gonna be a great day at one of the great golf courses in the state of Tennessee. I'm Will Bowling. Kevin Dyson is here filling in for Ramon Foster this morning. Zach Kroll filling in for Jayhawk, who has got the little matter of his son being born this weekend back at the 104.5 The Zone studios. Well, the son's not being born at the studios, but Zach Kroll is back at our studios. Dr. Dyson, how we doing? Good morning.
Yeah, I'm good, man. It's beautiful, man. It's the
gorgeous
peace of the golf course. For all you golfers, man, there's nothing like that first cut, that first slice, first hook.
That's right.
Man, but it's beautiful out here, man. It makes you happy to be 6 feet above ground.
As nice as it is out here and as nice as the weather is this morning, like we think about this so much in the winter and when the weather's terrible, like, gosh, I wish I could slice a golf ball into the woods right now, wouldn't I? Like, these are the days you think of when you think about golfing in the off season and everything.
Low key, when we were texting last night, I was low key mad. Like, Big Jeff, I can't get invited to play at Governor's.
Did you bring your clubs with you?
They're always in the truck.
All right. Well, he probably has a spot for you because obviously with the one of the most famous plays in NFL history that you were a part of, I would imagine that they've always got a spot for you.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see when we talk to him. Hope we get a chance to talk to him. But like, man, what's up, man? I'm OG. I know I'm an old man now, but I can still play.
Well, if and when we do get him on, then you get the first question because that's a great first question to ask him right there.
Definitely.
We love being a part of this event. We love the work that Jeffery Simmons is doing in the community. 3-time Titans Walter Payton Man of the Year. Someone, of course, Titans fans know on the field, but also off the field.
Yeah.
Dr. Dyson as well. It's been really cool seeing the way that Jeff has been able to grow his platform, grow his foundation, give him a reason. And first time we've been a part of his golf tournament because this is the first time that he has had a golf tournament out here.
I think, man, I think one of the most underestimated aspects of a celebrity or a professional athlete, if you will, is what they do to the community. I don't think every time guys do things for the publicity. They don't do it for the clout. They don't do it for the media clicks. They don't do it. They do it because they're afforded opportunity from their talents to be able to give back in a way that's genuine to them. An opportunity that something like you come from adverse circumstances yourself and you want to be able to pay it forward. And Big Jeff and his tenure here in Tennessee, man, it's just been remarkable of his intentionality with the community, his intentionality with the young kids and things in our community. Man, it's something to tilt your hat for because a lot of guys don't get it, and he gets it, and that's right. the biggest thing. Regardless of his performance on the field, off the field, this is some of the things that the legacy he leave behind, even more so than the field.
Well, it's amazing too how quickly Jeff went from the young emerging talent and young player that was starting to earn more of a voice in the locker room, earn more opportunities, obviously, on the football field, and how quickly, Dyson, he just became the face of the Tennessee Titans in a lot of ways. And you love seeing a player like that love the community and the city they are playing in as much as that city loves them.
Yeah.
And I think we can certainly say for Jeff, just watching him grow as a player and as a leader in this locker room, I think this fan base knows how much that the fan base means to him, clearly from a lot of the work that he has done to give back to the community.
You know, I think when you talk about the organization overall, I think that you always have to have foundational players. You got to have those guys that are your staple, the guys that kind of the rock, the solid anchors to your team. And Jeff became that pretty evident pretty early in his career, but especially in the last 5-6 years, through the coaching changes and, you know, rookie quarterback and some of the other things that's happened, coordinators and things that he's had to deal with, changes there from philosophy change 3-4 to 4-3. Like, he's dealt with a lot of stuff. So having him as an anchor, a guy like Big Jeff, who seems to be a consummate pro, who is, again, out doing stuff beyond just wearing a uniform. We're talking about what he's doing because we're here in the community, man. It just speaks volumes to the maturation and the growth in him as he's become a grown man, a leader, and somebody that everybody goes to. And I think in a time of downward swing from the franchise standpoint, from a production and wins and things, having somebody like Big Jeff that has been stable, who's still playing at an all-pro, Pro Bowl level, it's just been good to hold your hat to something, to be able to say, hey, we still got Big Jeff, even though the production hasn't been there. But, you know, 26 is the new year.
Sure.
There's a lot of excitement for this team, I should say, going forward, from the draft picks, the free agent moves, of course, the new coaching staff that's been in place. So I'm excited to see what they do this year. But having somebody like Jeff, who just seems to be solid, man, has kept this team relevant in this community in a lot of different ways.
Well, this year, Jeff is changing the focus of his Give 'em a Reason Foundation to help single parents find and secure stable housing, a situation Jeff says he knows firsthand, having experienced multiple moves while growing up in a single-parent household with 5 children. If you are listening today throughout the show and you do want to help, head online, www.giveemareason.org, spelled E-M, giveemareason.org. You can make a donation there. You can follow the foundation on Instagram for updates, and just continue to support Big Jeff as he keeps working to make Nashville a better place for all of us. Like we said earlier, hoping to talk to him this morning. We are expecting him to be available within the 9 a.m. hour. And who knows, Dr. Dyson, what other Titans players are going to be here. And a lot of sponsors, a lot of great members of the community and Tennessee Titans players. Tennessee Titans Foundation is a sponsor of today's event as well here at Governor's Club. So we're just going to keep a headset open, and whoever wants to come over here and talk with us, and a lot of folks, I imagine, who will recognize you for obvious reasons and want to come over have a conversation with us, we'll be open to it today.
Yeah, absolutely, man. This is what's fun about events like this. You know, I picked up golf because I started playing in events like this.
Yeah, right.
And then didn't want to embarrass myself on the course anymore. And next thing I know, give me a set of clubs, and then the history's been made. So I became a lover of the games because of events like this.
Did you do that while you were still playing or after you retired?
After I retired, several years after I retired.
Okay.
So it was interesting. I was in Utah doing a camp or whatnot, and ran into Steve Young, quarterback, San Francisco 49ers.
Casual. Nice.
And he invited me to his tournament, which was in Phoenix, Arizona. And I had been retired for a few years, and we were playing it was actually a 6-man scramble. It was 2 celebrities and 4 sponsors or whatever.
Yeah.
And we were paired up with Danny Ainge.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. He's
wow.
Another BYU. There's a lot of BYU Utah guys there,
right.
of course. And I was playing, and Danny was a great golfer. Gave me some tips. Told me, man, with your length and your strength, you can be pretty good if you figure this thing out.
Sure.
Man. And we took second or third in our flight, and Steve had a big gift trailer, and depending on your flight, you can go on this trailer. In the section, you pick out a winning gift from the donations, and I picked up a Mizuno set of clubs.
Okay.
And they sat in my garage for a little bit, and then I got invited to another scramble, and I had them, and I started playing again, start hacking at it. From that point on, I was like, okay. My goal was just use my shot one time a tournament, a couple times a tournament.
It's a great first step.
And then I'd progress there more and more and more, and just start growing the love of the game. But I did it backwards. I learned on the course. I didn't go to the driving range.
Right,
I learned at golf scrambles, and then you try to backtrack a little bit.
There's some positives to that though, because I think about this so much of just the range sessions I'll have where I'm just like, you can fix something way more quickly when you are just hitting the same shot over and over. But there is a beauty to learning the game just from what do I have to do to get the ball to the green, or obviously get the ball to the hole, which if you don't play golf is like, well, yeah, no duh. Like that sounds very simple. But when you're only hitting driver 20 times in a row in the range, of course you're going to start fixing some of your driver issues. But then when you got to change to an iron swing and then to a wedge swing and then you got to have a little 30-yard chip shot in your game like that, the situational awareness, that's something that's important to learn pretty quick.
And I saw a metric of the percentage of golfers in the world that break 80, break 70, 90. And I remember my first time breaking 100 and how he laid it. I was like, man, I looked at my scorecard and I had 240 somethings, and I had a 50 and a 40 something.
Right.
And I was like, man, I just broke 100. Because I'm talking about 110s, 114s, 117s, and you grind it out. And there's people who listening that play golf. Golf is a grind. You really, you can have, as I did yesterday, you can have a great tee shot and be 100 yards out and hit 4 more shots from 100 yards. You know what I mean? And it's the next thing you're bogeying or whatever. And I think that's one thing I love about golf. Golf is a great equalizer. Sometimes you can do everything right, great swing, great contact. It hits that one low-lean branch that's hanging out in the fairway and it knocks it back down. And then you can hit a garbage shot, bladed, hook it, top it, and it lands about 5 feet from the hole.
That's exactly right.
But you can't get too high, can't get too low. It's a great equalizer, man. It makes you it forces you to go to the next shot, because if you don't, your game's going to be terrible.
Yeah, a lot of life lessons in it.
That's for sure.
For sure. Well, it's funny. We were here last year for another golf tournament, and I got to play in the group with Jeff, actually. We played 18, and I hit one of the best drives of my life on the first hole. And trust me, I don't say this to brag, because of the second part of the story, which I think a lot of the group, not just Jeff, but a lot of the group was looking around like, all right, like this guy's going to be, we got some Will guy's going to be pretty good. And I think the next shot, I totally just chunked a chip about 5 feet in front of me. And expectations were quickly dropped.
That's what I'm saying, man. You do golf, it's like, man, here I am right here, 100 yards. Just get on the green. Get on the green.
It'll humble you.
Man.
It will absolutely humble you.
And then I don't let there be water, because I think that's just a mental block for most of us. You just drop right into that thing, man. But that's one way I love it. But and then you get this over years and time, and pick up some tips and some lessons. And
sure.
Eventually, man, you start seeing the progression, and now the competitor in me, which I've always been competitive, obviously, but the competitor in me is like, okay, now I'm breaking 90, and now my goal is obviously to break 80. I haven't broken 80. Man. I've been close a couple times, but now that's the goal.
I'm trying to keep seeing double digits, because as you know, you break 100 for the first time, and then all of a sudden that becomes your expectation. Like, oh, well, now every time I'm going to do this. And then again, you get humbled quickly. Here at Jeffery Simmons' first charity golf tournament, Golf for a Reason, put on by Big Jeff's Foundation. Give 'em a reason. You can check out more online at give'emareason.org. Again, expecting to sit down with Jeff in the 9 o'clock hour here on the show. When we come back, a number of headlines from the weekend in sports, starting with another door that is closed for former Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby, who never actually played a snap for Texas Tech. Kevin Dyson, Will Bowling, live from Governor's Club in Brentwood. Ramon and Will, 104.5 The Zone. Monday morning edition of Ramon and Will, live kicking off hour number 1 from Governor's Club here in beautiful Williamson County. It is Jeffery Simmons' first charity golf tournament, Golf for a Reason, put on by Big Jeff's Foundation. Give them a reason. Kevin Dyson and Will Bowling. We're just looking for our invites to tee it up. That's all we need.
You know, maybe I not be in the first annual. Maybe I get in the second one.
Hey, there we go. There we go. I love it. Well, if your irons are in good shape and you're playing in this tournament as well, Mercedes-Benz Music City as well has a Mercedes for anyone who can get a hole-in-one on hole 12 today.
Ooh, hole 12.
Yeah.
That's trying to think where that is. That the one off on Concord over there, that par 3 over the water?
Yes, it is. Par 3 over water. Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be about probably playing at about 185 to 200, depending on where they put the tee box. That's a tough one.
It's not as tough as I think it's 17 is the one that's downhill over water as well, and that's like 200 from the top?
From the top,
going, but downhill with the slope, it's about 180 as well. Look, we'll just get in the weed. Anyone who's played Governor's Club's nodding along with us right now. But
you know they're gonna tuck that pin behind that spout of water. Yeah, they
absolutely will. Absolutely will. I like it. Well, weekend headlines for you here in the end of June. And Dr. Dyson, I always tell people that people will ask us, like, is there any time during the year where it is like challenging to find what to talk about? We are in the month where it becomes very creative or very just, you know what, here's what's happening for the first hour. There'll be other stuff that we can do deeper dives in through the rest of the show. But we are in it at this point. And I'm always curious what athletes are doing this time of year between mini camp and training camp. We'll talk to Jeff about that and some of the other Titans who are here. But obviously, the big story in football has been Brendan Sorsby, and I thought it was going to be CFL or bust for him in terms of playing some sort of competitive football before the 2027 NFL draft. Then over the weekend, the CFL says it's going to be bust. Nothing going on up here, and the CFL said in a statement to USA Today over the weekend, upholding the integrity of the league and ensuring fair competition are paramount to the CFL. The allegations involving Brendan Sorsby are serious and concerning. At this time, the CFL will not register a contract for him, and no team will be permitted to add him to its negotiation list. So he had never said he wanted to play in Canada, but honestly, it was about the only option he had without the ability to be in the NFL supplemental draft. Can't go back to college where he's ineligible. What the heck is going to happen to this guy at this point? Because any chance he had to raise his draft stock now until the 2027 draft is gone.
I don't know who his agent. I'm assuming he has an agent or somebody representing him as he's going through this cycle. Stuff like this. I think you're a lot younger than me, and I've been in my youth. We don't recognize the consequences of what we're doing sometimes beyond what's in front of us. And this is one of those things. But we were talking about it off air, just the access and the ability to do something like this. He's not the only one.
No.
By far.
Far from it.
Far from it. And I'm not here to bash or to praise NIL, but you think about the access that these young athletes have from the name, image, and likeness, money that they're receiving. It was only inevitable for them to, next thing is, what else is out there? Well, I have this pocket of money. Let me see what else is out there. So I won a couple $100 on this game. Let me bet this. Now I want $1,000. And then it becomes addictive to you just from the sport of it all, especially from a competitive person. I've been there. We all have been there playing whatever medium you use on their apps. But this is right here is one of the saddest stories because he has a talent. He probably was going to get an opportunity. What level was it? Draft or free agent? Who knows? Now I think his name has been tainted in a way that it's going to be interesting to see what he does without a year of football and how that hurts him in 2027. And does his ability and what he has done up until this point give him the right kind of opportunity, or does that kind of diminish his stock a little bit?
I mean, because all you are is just another year older with a lot of the same skill set. There's only so much, I imagine, that you can do to prepare yourself for the NFL draft without playing any kind of competitive football from now until 2027. My question for you, though, is as someone who has been in NFL locker rooms and has been around backup quarterbacks whose jobs are to kind of stay out of the way sometimes. And I know Ramon's talked about this a lot of the value of the backup quarterbacks behind, for him, Ben Roethlisberger, was just to kind of not be a distraction. Brendan Sorsby is going to have to go somewhere where he is a backup quarterback right away. I'm not sure he has the talent as someone that's not playing any football this year to just step in 2027 and immediately be a starter.
Right.
So then how much tougher is it for you to be a backup quarterback when just your presence is going to put so much more pressure on whoever the starter is because of how many cameras are going to be huddled around your locker and not even the starter's locker while you are in an NFL locker.
Yeah, let's talk about the positive negatives of being out for a year, especially in your 20s. The biggest positive that you have about being out for a year is health. The probability of you getting hit from behind and blindsided from a DN coming to your blind side, or taking a stray guy hitting you low on your knee, that goes down. So your health, that's a positive, right? He's going to be healthy going into his draft process in 2027. But on the other side of that, there's so many negatives in this. There's no film. There's the story behind you. There's the stigma behind it. Who wants to touch that? Who wants to bring that to their franchise? We saw how this did with somebody with Shedeur Sanders because of publicity and negativity from a media's perspective, and how that carried weight into his draft process when he was supposed to be. It was a battle between him and Cam Ward, who's going to be the first quarterback taken. All of a sudden, now he's dropped. He's the second quarterback taken in his own franchise, and so it's. I think people have short-term but long-term memory when it comes to stuff like this. Like this story is right now, and then people are going to figure about it. It's going to be right back up when we go through this process again, and then it's going to be a matter of these people who make decisions, owners, GMs, presidents of organizations, and what's their memory span. Are they just like, okay, let's look at this talent in 2025, 2026. Does he have the ability to help us? Can he push the backup that we have currently? Those type of questions will come later, about next spring or whatever. However, I think for a guy like him that has obviously been multiple places, NIL, making the money, man, he's got to do some, I'm sure his agent, some real PR, some real adjusting and talking about, man, I learned my lesson. Then I would venture to guess, go talk to some of these high school kids, and now the states are allowing NIL and the kids with pockets of money in high school level now, and how did this translate? How could this impact your future and things of that nature? Because now his future, and I'm assuming he wanted to be a football player, is affected because of the decision he made and as a college kid.
I think it's challenging just the overall message that him and his team kind of sent through this process, because mental health and the challenges that come with a gambling addiction are something that I think we all take seriously, right? And you don't take stuff like that lightly. But the idea that his team was just kind of doing and saying whatever it took to get him on a football field, I think kind of trivialized the whole mental health stigma that they kept using, right? Like the feeling, and again, I don't know Brendan Sorsby personally, and I think anyone who doesn't, like, it's hard to know 100% how genuine he was throughout this entire process and how much of an addiction this really is. Here's what it felt like to me, though. I'm going to use mental health and a gambling addiction and use these kind of buzzwords to try to get what I want.
It was timely, you saying?
It felt that way. It felt that way because the reason I say that is it's hard for me to bridge a gap between a player has a gambling addiction to so I should be allowed to play football. And that's kind of the bridge they kept trying to build, and his team kept trying to build was, oh, well, you know, this guy's got a real problem, and this is a real issue, and he needs to get help, so he needs to play football because that's going to help his mental health. Well, if the problem's that bad, then maybe taking time off football is the best thing for you, honestly. Like, for you as a human being, and taking away the football side of it, taking away the draft stock, like, it may be the best thing for Brendan Sorsby, the person, to take time off. I could just never kind of build that bridge of like, all right, well then why isn't he just taking a year off? Because if the addiction, if the mental health part of it is really that bad, like let's leave work for a little bit. Like, let's get out and go somewhere and figure out a solution to all of these things.
Well, let's frame this a little differently, because I think a lot of times when we talk about this in a negative light, if you will, right? Because, the mental health and all these different things, the addiction, let's frame it a little bit on he didn't do anything illegal, just unethical.
Right. Illegal by NCAA rules.
They say rules,
but not against the law.
Not against the law.
Right.
He saw an opportunity, and we're in this day and age of technology. Probably had his phone. He searched a number of research that is doing whatever his degree was saying, but he was doing his work on this. And I think if you look at it from that standpoint of an addiction, to me, it's mental health. And please, people understand, I'm an advocate for it. So this
100%.
This next statement, to me, his mental state or his addiction became the rush of, let me looking at this data, let me look at these numbers, let me process this, let me do that. That became the addiction. And to me, it falls in the line of even competing. There's an addiction to being on the field, competing, trying to get better daily, trying to figure out, I just tore my knee, I got to rehab so I can get back out there. It's kind of that same kind of feeling in a way, and that's the addiction piece of it to me. He's competing in a different way, and he's seeing the fruits of his labor almost instantly. Watching a game for 2-3 hours, and then you get to see what that work that you put in is doing, and then it becomes something a little bit more. And there's a lot of people that are addicted to making money, right? There's a lot of people in different various fashions that try to make money and try to do things in that capacity. So I don't necessarily think his addiction affected him and his play, and I don't think that should be his crutch to use to just throw those buzzwords out there, because a lot of people dealing with some real issues. For you to sit there and say, well, this has caused me some anguish, and I should be able to play to help resolute that. When at the end of the day, you made a conscious effort to continue that process, even with the team you were on.
100%. And I think even too, like the gambling side of it, you are essentially, in my experience, and I don't anymore with the different jobs that I have, but in my experience, you are essentially paying to have a rooting interest. Like it's for so many people not even as much about making money, because there are more people that are losing against the house and losing against Vegas and all these sports books that are winning against them, because they, as anyone knows who's ever placed a bet, know a lot more than we do, even the ones that work in this. But you're paying to have a rooting interest and to have something that interests you. It's the same reason why we love March Madness bracket pools. It's the same reason why we love fantasy football. Like, we don't just want to watch sports. We want to have a personal rooting interest beyond just our teams. And so, you have so many people, and it's where Vegas gets you, of like, you sit down and watch, the one primetime game on an NFL weekend, and you sit down with a bunch of buddies to watch Monday Night Football, and it's two NFC teams you have no rooting interest in, and you sit down and like, all right, like, what are we on tonight? Like, and that's the rooting interest that you are literally paying a premium for. I've heard it kind of equated to going to a movie theater to watch a movie versus watching a movie at home on a streaming service. Like, you're paying a little bit more for a little bit of an enhanced experience to watch that content that you could just wait and, probably watch on TV or watch at home for free. But like, you want the comfy chair. You want the bigger screen. Like, it's why I'm not going to judge anyone for doing that. You just have to go in knowing that, I'm probably not going to see this money again, but I'm getting a rooting interest that makes it more interesting to me. And clearly, betting on balls and strikes at Cincinnati Reds games was the rooting interest that Brendan Sorsby was most interested in. That is a next level.
Speaking of Reds, Cincinnati, the irony of this whole conversation is, as a young man growing up and seeing this story in real time with Pete Rose. And one of the greatest baseball players of all time. You don't even had to be a baseball fan to know he was one of the greatest of all time just from his stats alone. And he literally, when he heard this story, he just rolled on over to the other side. He was like, man, I can't believe we were having this conversation, and he's still not in the Hall of Fame.
Because Brendan Sorsby is not going to be banned from the NFL.
Right.
He's going to be able to be drafted in 2027.
Yep, exactly. And it's unfortunate because Pete Rose's merit on the field was not judged. He was judged by what he was doing on the field, and he didn't even bet on his own team,
right,
or against. And he like you talk about, he had some interest in those games,
right,
where he could have had an impact on a whether way you want to believe it, whether he or whatnot, but. It's borderline, and I get it. We have access to a lot of things in this world. It's a borderline action from him. I hope the kid gets best. I believe in second chances.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll see what that second chance looks like for him.
I mean, the way I view it at this point, honestly, is it is a borderline just competence test. Like it's kind of like an IQ test and it's not IQ, because you can be smart and still have vices and make mistakes and all these things and deserve second chances, but the amount of compliance meetings that you sit in about this stuff, and even for me, starting as a distance runner at Tennessee 11 years ago, which it feels insane to me that was 11 years ago.
Goes by fast,
point, but 11 years ago in 2015, like if I was having compliance meetings as a walk-on distance runner about gambling and bracket pools and fantasy football and all this stuff, I promise you the quarterback's having those meetings.
Absolutely.
Like, it just becomes like can you follow instructions? Like this is the baseline, like, ability you've got to have to be a role model, to represent a university, to represent the NCAA as an organization and as a whole. Like, if you can just do these baseline things, you're good. And at the end of the day, I mean, that literally is the bare minimum of like, hey, just don't gamble on your own team.
Yeah.
And I get that it wasn't for them to lose, and it was not a lot of money, and he was redshirting, but like that's just a baseline like IQ test to me. Of like, can you literally just follow the instructions that you're getting?
You know what's crazy about this? The statement you just made about compliance meeting. He's going to be a topic of conversation for all these guys coming up behind him.
There's no doubt. A lot of athletes, like I was 11 years ago, are about to get to campus in the next 30 days, and Brennan Sorsby's face is going to be the first one on the slide.
First one, the article names, all the stuff they're going to post up there. Just and not no disrespect to him, but don't be this guy. That's what's going to happen.
It's the way it works. It's the way it works. 615-737-1045 is our number. Live from Governor's Club this morning at Golf for a Reason with Jeffery Simmons for his Give 'em a Reason Foundation. Jeff scheduled to join us in the 9 o'clock hour this morning, so stick around for that. But when we come back, I am very excited, Dr. Dyson, that you are all in on the World Cup.
Let's get it.
We'll talk a little bit about it. Coming up, what happened over the weekend after this. Ramon Will, Kevin Dyson, Will Bowling, 104.5 The Zone.
When you start noticing cracks in a wall and even floors, or driveway sinking and separating, is more than a home issue. It's a peace of mind issue. That's why who you choose for a foundation repair concrete leveling, it really matters. I personally trust United Structural Systems because they've been doing it the right way since 1994, right here in Tennessee. USS, they don't believe in those quick fixes or scare tactics. They take the time to inspect, explain what's happening, and walk you through real proven solutions that are built to last. Whether your home needs foundation stabilization, crawl space repair, or concrete leveling for sinking sidewalks, patios, or driveways, USS uses engineered systems designed for long-term performance and not those temporary patches. What really stands out to me is their commitment to integrity. If you don't need repairs, like I didn't, they'll tell you that. And if you do, you'll know exactly why before the work even begins. And currently with USS, they are introducing 24 months, no interest financing options, good now through the end of June. Learn more and schedule your inspection by heading over to USSTN.com.
A day at the spa, the perfect gift for birthdays, anniversaries, or any occasion. Lavish and luxurious, yet affordable. A grand gesture, yet simple for you. The gift card from A Moment's Peace. Give her the gift she won't buy herself. An escape, a bit of luxury. Something special that shows more than just words. A gift from A Moment's Peace Salon and Day Spa in Cool Springs across I-65 from Galleria Mall. Call 615-224-0770 or go online at amomentspeace.com anytime.
The guaranteed offer is the simplest, least stressful way to sell your home. You go to our website, you fill out a quick form, we set an appointment, we bring you an all-cash offer. Literally, there's no lockbox on the front of your house, there's no showings, we pay all cash, we close in as little as 21 days, stress-free. We've helped thousands of homeowners just like you sell your home the hassle-free way with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate.
Ramon Will on 104.5 The Zone, live from Governor's Club here in Brentwood. Golf for a Reason. Golf tournament today. Jeffery Simmons' first charity golf tournament. What brings us out here today? You can head online, give'emareason.org to make a donation. Follow the foundation on Instagram for updates and continue to support Big Jeff, who will join us in the final hour of the show this morning. Kevin Dyson and Will Bowling, Zach Kroll, our producer. So the World Cup is really starting this week, Dr. Dyson, because the knockout stages started yesterday, and Canada has won the first ever round of 32 match in World Cup history with the expanded World Cup. How much have you been watching over these past couple of weeks?
Man, listen, I've been watching the World Cup since I was a kid. Soccer was probably my favorite sport, first sport I ever played.
Really? I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, it was,
nice.
man. And when I got to high school, there's one of my biggest regrets in high school is I stopped playing in high school. And to this day, I got friends that say, man, you should have kept playing. We might have won state. They ended up taking second in state. So we won football, third in basketball, and second in soccer, my class.
Wow.
So
I had no idea.
Yeah. And
I know you liked the game. I didn't know you played it for that long.
Yeah, I did, man. I stopped playing high school 15 years old. I don't know why.
Dang.
But man, it's been fun, especially being here in the U.S. and seeing fellow cultures come in and expand their horizons on the U.S. and maybe even change their perspective a little bit of the U.S., especially with a lot of stuff that's going on in the world today. But it's been fun, man. It's been fun watching some of these games. I haven't been able to sit and watch a lot of games in totality. I did watch the U.S. the other night in totality, but it's been fun to watch, man. It's entertainment because if you're a soccer fan, you see how guys maneuver. You see some of the strategy and planning. You watching the Brazil game and how they packed it in. They literally was playing with like 5-6 defenders at all time because they worried about Brazil's speed and athleticism and ball control. It's just interesting to watch the strategies of people. Are they playing a 4-2-4? Like all the different things, man. It's fun to get a scheme. And what makes it even more fun this year is especially the first two matchups, how the U.S. has been relevant and competitive. And they have kind of like a different feel, different look. I don't know, you can call it home, being here, comfortability, want to shine, and the players seem to be a little more aggressive, more fun. But it's been fun to see them be in the conversation worldwide about not necessarily the team to beat, but a person you got to come and play, and
100%.
you got to come to play with the U.S.
I think the U.S. right now has the 8th best odds to win the World Cup.
Which
is insane.
That's saying something.
100%.
When we're talking about the Frances of the world, Brazil of the world, England, Germany, some of these traditionally powerhouses. Because it's only been how many teams to win the World Cup? Like 6?
I think
countries?
that's right.
Six,
I think that's right.
To ever win it, ever. Mm-hmm. And we're talking going back to the early 1900s.
Right, 1930, the first one.
Yes.
8 countries have won it. Brazil, Germany, Italy, Argentina, France, Uruguay, England, and Spain.
That's it.
Yeah.
And those are the ones, they're favorites every year.
Right.
And if you get in that conversation, as you talked about just now, you get that conversation that's showing how much progress you've made.
It is interesting now the path the United States has. So if the U.S. beats Bosnia on Wednesday night in Santa Clara, it would first of all mark the team's first knockout stage win since reaching the quarterfinals at the 2002 World Cup. So that's where the U.S. 2-0 over Mexico back in 2002. So if the U.S. advances, now it will get the winner of Belgium and Senegal. Originally, we thought it was going to be Egypt. And if Egypt had beaten Iran and not drawn 1-1 on Friday, then it would have been the winner of Egypt and Senegal. Instead, it is Belgium. So 2014, obviously, Belgium knocks out the United States in that World Cup. Tim Howard set the World Cup record with 16 saves in that match. The U.S. had chances. Chris Wondolowski's late chance at the end of the 90 minutes. Instead, it goes to extra time, and Belgium ends up winning that. So the chance for a little bit of revenge, but you honestly would play a lot of the same players for that Belgian team that you played in 2014 because that was the beginning of their quote-unquote golden generation. And that is a term you hear a lot in the World Cup, a team's golden generation of just a generation of players that have grown up together and have just been the best version for that country, right? Belgium's golden generation is not as young as it used to be. And they are starting to decline a little bit, and players like Kevin De Bruyne and Romelu Lukaku are not exactly what they used to be. They are still 10th, though, in FIFA's men's team rankings. What I find interesting, and again, we just talked about Brendan Sorsby, but I'll use the betting odds to inform our discussion a little bit here. Not that we're putting any money on it, but to make us a little bit smarter. So the U.S. is minus 750 to advance past Bosnia.
Okay.
They are a heavy favorite.
That's pretty dang heavy.
That seems way too confident to me for a Bosnia team that does not have the quality the U.S. has, but can just sit back and defend.
Yeah.
And can just make things difficult for 90 minutes. The United States has a better chance to make the quarterfinal than Belgium.
Interesting.
So FanDuel Sportsbook has the U.S. plus 110 to make the quarterfinals, essentially saying you've got a 50-50 shot at making the quarterfinals. Belgium plus 180, Senegal plus 360.
Yeah. I think this is just my opinion. Obviously they got the metrics and data behind it. I think it's because Belgium hasn't shown the capacity to put the ball in the net. We've seen them in the past, in the past World Cups, they've been able to put goals, 2-3 goals, stack them against teams and get some wins. And I think that's why you saw that variance of why they're now in the same bracket as the U.S. They were unable to get some goals on the scoreboard. And I think the U.S., interestingly enough, I think the world's taking notice. They're not necessarily fearful. I wouldn't say like Lawless and all them were fearful of anybody in the world.
Sure.
But I think there was always this apprehension that we would play teams like the Brazils and Spains and Englands, and we would play that conservative, backed up, just don't get embarrassed type game. We don't give up all these goals instead of being attacking. And I don't get that sense from this team. I think they were up there as far as ball control minutes. I know they were top 5. Can't remember what number they were as far as ball control. Yeah, and that shows you their aggression, being able to dictate their terms in the game and be aggressive. Now the other night where they weren't, it was kind of back and forth. They weren't aggressive enough, in my opinion. Now that could be in because a lot of new faces were getting some playing time, things like that. But there was a stint in there where you saw where they got a couple goals where they were aggressive. Then it's just like there was no continuity of like, okay, I'm gonna kick this, go just make a run, see if we can get something going. There didn't seem to be a lot of that. But going back to what it potentially could be. Got to get past that first. You got to get past Bosnia, but that potential matchup with where we're assuming is going to be Belgium. That's real interesting because I don't think athletically Belgium scares you as much as they did probably the last World Cup.
I agree.
When especially guys a little bit older now, but that last World Cup they were one of those teams where like they have a chance to maybe win this thing.
Yeah, they're young and energetic and athletic, and those same guys are just now what 12 years older.
Yeah, and so it's I think again the odds as you were talking about it. We talking about gambling. The odds I think are right aligned if they can play like they did, especially those first two matchups where they seem to dictate terms of the matchup compared to their last outing where it was a little more not conservative. It just didn't seem as aggressive. It didn't seem as they controlled the tempo, controlled the ball as much as they had the previous two matchups. Now again, we talked about that. That's a lot in part because a lot of new faces were playing and a lot of guys were sitting. But
sure,
it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun on Wednesday night.
It will be fun, and it is kind of crazy looking back at that Belgium-U.S. game. That was July 1st. 2014. 2-1 Belgium, and the two players who scored in that match for Belgium are still starters for Belgium, Kevin De Bruyne and Romelu Lukaku.
Yep. So
it is truly insane. You look then at the U.S. team that played in that match, and none of those players are even close to playing for the United States men's national team anymore. So yeah, it would be. It would be a big challenge. I think on the world stage, it would raise a lot of eyebrows.
Yeah.
If the U.S. was able to kind of take that scalp, for lack of a better term. I just love the way this sport has kind of taken center stage. And I love the way that this team has captivated a lot of attention from people like us who love the sport and other folks who don't really know what they're watching.
You know, bringing it here on the world stage and all these stadiums filled and things of that nature, man, it's been fun. And it's similar to, in the sense of golf, you know, where Tiger Woods kind of expanded the horizon worldwide, that it caught fire, especially here in the U.S., and people start picking up the sport. And I think being here, and we saw this when the Women's World Cup, when the U.S. Women's won it here on Earth, and how that expanded people's love for the game and participation went up. And we're going to see something similar, I believe, if they can make a nice little run here.
I love it. 615-737-1045 is our number. Coming up to begin hour two from Governor's Club here at Golf for a Reason, Jeffery Simmons' first charity golf tournament. A CBS sports writer defines success for each first-year head coach in the NFL entering 2026. I'll tell you what he had to say about the Titans coming up next.
It's Ramon Foster, and I'm with Aaron from United Structure Systems. Man, they came by today to check out my house. If there's anything, any issues, small or big, you're gonna fill us in there.
We can take care of it, no matter what kind of problems. So first off, we'll just kind of take a look through your house and see what kind of issues you got going. You know, cracks in the brick, cracks in the drywall, weird spots in the floor, doors sticking, windows not opening properly. Once we identify those areas, we're going to do a thorough inspection around the outside, make sure there's no issues going on with that. And then once we look over it, we'll talk about what's going on, and hopefully we ain't got no issues, and then we'll go from there.
Let's go. Let's go.
Ms. Foster, so we have looked at the issues that you brought up. We had the drywall in the attic up here above your bonus or your garage. You had some doors sticking.
I did.
Going in your bathroom. So we've inspected all that. We don't see any major structural concerns. So you're going to be one of our lucky good news customers today. There is some minor deflection there. That's not an uncommon thing. As any house is built, it's its biggest and its strongest the day that it's born. Right, and from that point, it just gets older, just like us. We ain't hopping up out of bed, taking off down the hallway, running downstairs anymore.
Not protecting quarterbacks anymore.
No.
Opening up late. We're done.
Your guard ain't there no more.
Okay,
so,
I got you.
So it just happens. It gets a little older and it starts to deflect. Now, there are some things we can do to kind of help adjust those doors, mainly adjusting in the door, which we don't necessarily do, and maybe doing some light shimming in the crawl space down there to address those sticking doors. But for now, no major issues there. We did talk about the grading in the back and some issues that we can take care of back there for you. But that's pretty much up in a nutshell. No big issues and you're good to go. So.
Awesome. So again, what you deal with United Structural Systems is it's upfront, it's honest, and now I can sleep peacefully at night, okay?
It is 7:02. Good morning, live from the Circus Sports at the Min Kentucky Downs studio. I'm Zach Kroll. The knockout round of the World Cup began yesterday as Canada is the first team to punch their tickets into the round of 16 with a 1-0 victory over South Africa. Steven Eustachio scored the game winner in the 92nd minute to secure the victory for Canada. Meanwhile, Team USA is set to take on Bosnia at 7 p.m. Central Time in Santa Clara on Wednesday. We had another trade in the NBA yesterday as the Charlotte Hornets are sending Miles Bridges, a 2029 first-round pick, and a 2027 second-round pick to the Phoenix Suns for Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, and a 2033 first-round pick per ESPN's Shams Charania. Finally, the NHL entry draft concluded this weekend as the Predators selected 8 new players, headlined by winger Wyatt Cullen out of USA Hockey's National Team Development Program with the number 10 overall pick. He is committed to play collegiate hockey at the University of Minnesota. For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, you got to visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Away we go into hour number 2 of the program, live in Brentwood at Governor's Club for Golf for a Reason. Benefiting Jeffery Simmons Foundation. Give them a reason. Expecting a great turnout today for Jeff's first charity golf tournament. We are so excited to be here and grateful to spend a gorgeous morning here outdoors, out amongst the people here in Brentwood at Governor's Club. Jeffery Simmons, of course, known for his work in the Nashville community, a 3-time Titans Walter Payton Man of the Year. Expecting a lot of Titans teammates of his to be here. Expecting Jeff to sit down with us in the 9 o'clock hour here on the show, and looking forward to seeing a lot of familiar faces here teeing it up for a great cause. He is Dr. Kevin Dyson, filling in for Ramon Foster. I'm Will Bowling, Zach Kroll, our producer, as we head into hour number 2. And the more I look at the first tee box, Dr. Dyson, and the driving range over here, the more I'm starting to stand up and take practice swings. I'm starting to think about my swing thoughts, my driver thoughts, my iron thoughts, and it's just kind of what happens when you get at a golf course.
Oh, absolutely. I was thinking about it too, driving up, seeing it. You still got the morning dew on the course as we saw the machines kind of going through that and mowing things down, flattening things out. Man, it's peaceful out here. It's quiet. You still hear the birds, man. You see the sun rising up over the trees, man. It's, there's nothing like it.
That's right.
Nothing like it.
What is the ideal tee time for you, like time of day that you prefer to play?
Right now?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like to get up first thing, around 7, 8 o'clock.
Course still a little soft, like greens are holding your golf ball a little bit.
Yeah, so you got acclimated to the weather before the heat start taking over.
Sure.
But this is around this time, and it's still kind of quiet. Mm-hmm.
I would say I'm probably a big 3 or 4 p.m. person. Like I like going, and then I like playing against the sun going down a little bit. Like I like the twilight. I like the see the sun go down. Either way, I either want to see the sun go up or down. It's like middle ground of 11 or noon where you're in the heat of the day. As long as you're one or the other, morning or afternoon, I'm those are probably my 2 preferences either way.
Late afternoon guy, huh?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. The amount of just afternoon nines too. If you get a text from a group text or buddies are like, all right, out of a meeting, who's got time for 9 today?
Yeah,
yes, absolutely. That's probably the most I've played. So, it is the ultimate humbling sport, and credit to all the guys who come out here and all the athletes who will hit the one great shot that keeps them coming back.
That's it, and that's all you take.
That's all.
I'll be back tomorrow. And it's. If you look at your scorecard, like most people, and I'm sure the pros do this, is if we talk about Scheffler and Havlin that have their matchup here in a little bit.
Yeah, that's right.
You look at your scorecard and you're like, man, if I just coulda, woulda, shoulda. You know what I mean?
That's right.
And I'm about to expose myself. Shot at 87 yesterday with 2 triples.
Bad at all.
2 triples though.
Dang.
2 triples.
Dang. Yeah, there you go.
Car.
If they're just bogeys, then you're talking about scaring 80. Yeah, that's fair.
2 triples, 2 doubles. So now you see what I'm saying. So you look at your scorecard and you're like, dang, just knock out those 4 holes.
That's right.
And now you talk about breaking 80 for the first time.
That's fair. That's fair. It's also, you mentioned it, we can follow that here in about an hour. Victor Hovland versus Scotty Scheffler, because of their light situation last night and twilight golf, they had to play because of a weather delay at the Travelers. Scotty's 8-foot putt at 18 yesterday, and a lot of emotion that he showed as well, forcing a playoff with Victor Hovland starting at 8 o'clock this morning at TPC River Highlands in Connecticut. An hour, 23-minute weather delay, lightning delay, delaying that a little bit. So in about 52 minutes, they will play the 18th hole until somebody scores better than the other. I loved kind of the atmosphere they had at that yesterday, by the way, real quick, of all the Norwegian soccer fans who are in town for the World Cup, who were basically making this like a mini Ryder Cup because they were all in for Victor Hovland, who is Norwegian, and you had USA chance when Scotty would do something, and then you would have Norway chance when Victor Hovland would do something, and that kind of stuff is so good for the game.
Oh, so good for the game. And I ventured to guess that is part why Scotty showed that emotion that we don't normally see from him on his course, other than the Ryder Cup.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I think they're that competitive, I'm going to shut this crowd up kind of emotion came out, man. And he's had a rough go the last month. He hasn't been what we've come to expect from him and as things like that. And it's his ceiling is so high that we all tend to think he's going to be in the conversation at every match, similar to what we thought about Tiger. Maybe not to that level, but very similar, right? Especially the last 3-4 years. And I think him going through what he's gone through as far as from his standpoint.
Sure.
To this competitive moment and what's going on from a external standpoint, I think that's why you saw that emotion, man. I think he's just like, okay, I'm back relevant, and I'm competing against this element, this course, and this crowd. Oh, that's got to feel the juices a little bit.
No doubt. 615-737-1045, our numbers. CBS sports writer Carter Bonds at CBSSports.com defines success for each first-year head coach in the NFL this year. Of course, the Titans have one in Robert Saleh, first-year head coach entering 2026 here with this organization. He's got success in year one for Robert Saleh and the Titans, Dr. Dyson, being approach 500 with improvement on both sides of the ball. Writing at CBSSports.com saying, while the first year of the Cam Ward era left a lot to be desired in terms of wins and losses, there were enough flashes from the then rookie quarterback to instill excitement in what Robert Saleh can do in year one. He inherited a roster with a solid core of young offensive skill position players, so the first priority is to help them take the next step and, in turn, aid Cam Ward making a sophomore leap. Adding, they've already put in great work on the defensive side of the ball with a number of head-turning acquisitions, including the free agent signing of John Franklin Myers, one of many newcomers who has experience in Saleh's system. If those personnel moves pull this defense out of the NFL basement, he says, and if the offense builds on the momentum Ward experienced as a rookie, this team can move one step closer to the playoffs. What do you agree with there in what he has to say at CBSSports.com?
Well, I do agree with especially the latter part of that. What can the defense do? Can they uphold and be relevant as far as the defense is concerned? And I think Saleh has shown that even his time at the Jets, their defense was always pretty solid. So I think that's the least of the questions. Offensively, as we know, offense takes longer to gel. It takes longer to get on the same accord compared to defense. And no disrespect to all my defensive brethren, defensively, your scheme could be messed up. You can make up for it by effort and talent a lot of times, right? You just guys playing with effort. Sometimes it's just, I was in the wrong gap and my effort made the play. Those sort of things can happen offensively. There's less opportunity to do that. No, there's times mistakes happen, tip ball, guy catches it and gets a touchdown, things like that. But more and more on offense, you have to do your job in order for whatever your play called to work. And so there's going to be a little bit of learning curve on that. But I think what you have heard, seen, and witnessed from the camps that have taken place, it's hard not to get excited about the potential of this team. I think in some of the moves in the offseason, not to mention the coaching, I think the staff's been well put together. The free agents, I think, complement players well. I think a lot of times with people getting enamored with free agents off of talent, not necessarily fit. And I think one thing that seems right now is fit. I think as you saw, they're getting guys that are familiar with the two head coaches, the offensive coordinator, head coach, that are familiar with their system. So they were getting guys that fit, and that is translated. And there seems to be a genuine like between the players. They are gelling. So I think that stuff is going to translate into some more productivity. How many wins, that remains to be seen. The schedule is what it is. You can say it's favorable, it's not favorable. You can say, I don't want to be here in December. Right. You just never know. However, you just play the first game in front of you and move on to the next. And I think the Titans have a real shot to be relevant this next year. And again, there's a lot of ifs between now and then, though.
It's interesting with stuff like this. You kind of know it when you see it, don't you? In terms of what success really looks like. Because this time last year, we felt like the Titans, statistically, based off of what happened in 2024, had one of the easiest schedules in the NFL. And then what happened?
Yeah.
The New England Patriots end up being a juggernaut. The NFC West ends up being one of the best divisions we've seen in years. A team like the Saints, who you expected to be an easier game once they were coming to Nissan Stadium. By the time Tyler Shuck had taken over and taken the reins, they looked way better by the time the Titans saw them versus what they would have seen if they'd played them early in the season. And vice versa, the Kansas City Chiefs were expected to be this juggernaut, holy crap, the Chiefs are coming to town team. They're one of the best teams in the league. And then all of a sudden, they don't look very good at all. And you don't even have Patrick Mahomes starting at quarterback in that game, right? So, like, you have so many different things that are going to impact what the overall win-loss record looks like. So I always have a hard time when we play the how many wins would you like game, because there's probably a world where this team wins 5 or 6 games, but Cam Ward shows significant improvement. And I'm okay with that because we're looking and saying, all right, well, another year of depth on defense and learning a new system and maybe things look better. There's also the flip side of maybe this team wins 7 or 8 games, but if they do so in spite of the quarterback and in spite of Cam and in spite of the offense, are we still sitting here saying, oh, but is Cam the quarterback that's going to be able to take us to the next level and take us to competitiveness in the division? To me, show me moments, right? Like, show me from the offense's perspective, can you flip a score on a 2-minute drive, whether it's needing a field goal or needing a touchdown, and have a defining moment? Can you have the VY back of the end zone touchdown to Kenny Britt, right? Like, can you have his run against Houston? Can you have that moment where Cam Ward can take you on a drive the way he did in Arizona? Can you replicate more of those? And I think for the defense, it comes down to just creating more chaos and creating more havoc and
shorter fields.
Right. Well, and we'll talk to Jeff about this too when he comes on with us too, about just playing this more attack-minded defense. All right, well, are you the one that's the aggressor, or does that attack mindset put you on the back foot a little bit to where teams are taking advantage of that aggressiveness? Like, I just kind of, we're going to know it when we see it. I know it's a long-winded way to say. I'm not going to put a number on it. FanDuel has the over-under at 6.5, but show me those defining moments of winning a one-score game in crunch time. That's what I want to see this team grow in, because they were in a lot of games last year that they weren't able to finish.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is complementary football. That's that phrase, that tagline is, how do they complement one another? If, as defense creating short fields and opportunities, is offense able to sustain drives and, like you said, go the length of the field and get points to extend a game or win a game. I think those things remain to be seen. We talk about schedules and things of that nature, and odds makers, they make these odds based off of things and experience, and I talk about free agency, and sometimes you good free agents because that's the best, the most talent, not necessarily the best fit, and so to speak, and then how does that work and translate into wins and losses? And I think a lot of this stuff is driven by media and the people who make the line on and create favorites too, we keep talking about betting,
create narratives,
narratives and things of that nature, because you still got to play the season. Injuries play a part, and there's some definite advantages. Playing a Monday night in Chicago or Green Bay in November, December is a different advantage than playing in Arizona in August and September, or playing in New Orleans or Tennessee or Texas or Jacksonville in August and September because of the heat and humidity. So there's a lot of different factors that can impact the way your season goes. And I think for the Titans, the biggest thing is that progressively getting better. I think what we saw last year, and maybe in the last several years, is the peaks and valleys seem to be so different. The valleys were way steep, and then there was the peaks were very, very, very they weren't sharp. You know what I mean? They were up there for very.
We were down at base camp.
Yes, for real. They were, and so I think that's what, as you're mentioning, is we don't want that. We don't want them to seem like they're in this pit for long, extended periods of time where it's like there's 6-game losing streak or can't get over 20 points in 8 straight games, wherever it might be. That's the things you want. You want to see a level of consistency. There's going to be peaks and valleys, but you want to be more like rolling hills as opposed to just really deep valleys. And I think that's what from a fan's perspective. I think that's what people are saying. And I think what the gentleman is even talking about of first year head coaches, things like that, is a level of consistency going forward that you can springboard into 27.
Yeah, right.
That you could say, okay, now the conversation is, are they a contender?
And you know what your identity is at that point.
Yeah.
Like creating that identity, and that's such a cliche and buzzword, but it matters, right? Like find something that you are good at that when the opponent steps in the field, they know they have to try to take away.
Yeah. And again, from my perspective, it's been enjoyable watching how they've navigated this transition from one coach to another, staff, even the free agency and the moves. You can't help but get excited and look at it, the potential of it all. Now, everybody has potential, right? That's everybody's going to the camp
on June 29th. Absolutely,
everybody is like, we have a chance because that free agency created that.
For sure.
Every city, you don't go into the season thinking we're going to lose. There's no athlete in the world that prepares every week to go on into that game day and say we're prepared to lose, because why practice at that point, right? And so everybody's opening up training camps and things of that nature, and that's the focus is the championship. We want to win the championship. However, the micro milestones between then and February are daily practice, getting better on a daily, improvement, learning from your mistakes from one day to the other, get improved from that aspect of it. And then, like you said, a level of consistency as the season progresses. Now, that's not to say you're going to have Cam throwing for 5,600 yards and 50 touchdowns, and then you're going to have Pollard rush for 1,500 yards, and that's not the level where necessarily you have to even equate to wins. However, what we hadn't seen is a level of consistency in the last 2 years from a productivity standpoint. We hadn't seen them really score 30 points or plus in an extended period of time or consistently. There's a point in time where can they get to 20, sort of thing. And then, in a defense, if you're on the field a lot, you can't help but get tired of fatigue because your offense not be able to move the chains. And then on the other side of that, you need your defense to create turnovers so I can get short field, so I can put points on the board. So it goes again to that complementary football. I think this year it's an exciting experience. I think there's always an excitement from a rookie quarterback who did some things really well and got you excited, and going to year two, and how does that translate? How is that maturation? There doesn't seem to be as much of the conversation, the buzz, as it was last year when him and Big Jeff went at it a lot of times in practice and things. That was like here comes this rookie quarterback. He's and he's right in, but now he's understanding his role as the leader on this team.
For sure. Let's talk more about Cam when we come back and look at the system specifically that Brian Daboll is going to bring in. From your perspective as a former NFL wide receiver, how do you get the best out of Cam Ward in 2026? What adjustments do you think Brian Daboll could make in order to set him up for success? We'll talk about that coming up next, live from Governor's Club at Golf for a Reason. Jeffery Simmons' first charity golf tournament here in Williamson County. We'll do that coming up next. What's going on? It's Will Bowling. Put Lee Company on your team and stay ahead of the game with home maintenance, repairs, and more. For as little as $14 a month, become a Lee Company Plus member and receive 4 annual visits to your home for your heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electrical systems. Even better, Lee Company Plus members receive 20% off on all repairs and enjoy priority service. You can learn more online at leecompany.com/plus. Platinum Home Protection starts with a Lee Company Plus membership. Staying ahead of Mother Nature, that's what you get when you trust Lee Company and get that Lee Company Plus membership. So get 20% off on all repairs, enjoy that priority service, but also stay ahead of the heat waves, the cool blasts during the fall and winter. Make sure everything is working around the house the way that it is supposed to by heading online to leecompany.com/plus. That's Lee Company, all you need.
It's Ramon Foster for Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Man, we do not like dealing with those issues at all, especially when it comes to plumbing and you got people all over your house for the cookout. We know the 4th of July is coming up and nobody wants to be dealing with those type of issues. Or the HVAC when it's super hot outside, or just simple electrical emergencies too. And it doesn't have to be an emergency. If you want to be on the front end of getting those services taken care of, Hiller's the company to use, man. When you call Hiller, the experts, they solve your problems quickly, and the price you're told is the price that you would actually pay, with no hidden fees or surprises on your bill at all. Hiller's been in business for over 35 years. They're family owned and operated, and you know they care about it when it's that way. Their techs are very professional, experienced, and trustworthy, and they're all background and drug screened as well. When they're on their way, you'll receive a photo of the tech and a link to track them in real time, so you're not sitting around wasting your time. Their motto is happy you'll be, or the service is free. They believe in this. If you're not satisfied with the work, they'll just simply hand you your money back and try to fix it the best they can. To learn more about Hiller, to book with them like I do, simply head over to happyhiller.com.
Ramon Will on 104.5 The Zone. Kevin Dyson, Will Bowling from Governor's Club in Brentwood for Jeffery Simmons Charity Golf Tournament. Golf for a reason. If you're listening and like to help, like to support Jeff and his cause, and of course you do, if you're a Titans fan out there listening this morning, heading to work, head online, giveemareason.org. You can make a donation there. You can follow the foundation on Instagram for updates and continue to support Big Jeff as he keeps working to make Nashville a better place for all of us. So Dr. Dyson, Cam Ward has got a big second season coming up, and you mentioned earlier he kind of has two head coaches to help him through it, and Brian Daboll being the resource that he is, and just as interested as Brian Daboll was in making Cam a New York Giant a couple or a year ago at this point, and what feels like longer. How does Brian Daboll get the best out of Cam Ward for you? That's kind of my big question here. I want to spend time on here in the second hour. I want to start here, though. Where was Cam at his best last season? Where did you see the best things from him in his rookie year?
You know, Cam is a mixed bag, and he has the ability to improvise, but he's also a system guy that sits there in the pocket. He must prefer to spread the wealth, get the ball out, and sit there in that pocket, which is interesting from a young quarterback's perspective, that he didn't seem to be rushed or rattled a lot of times last year. He still played within the system. I think the best coordinators, the best play callers, especially coming to a new situation, they come in and ask and look at the players that are there and what they are accustomed to, what they're comfortable with, and then they implement things within that. And I think that's one of the things that I always appreciated about Mike Heimerdinger. He came in and said, hey, you already got some bones. You guys just came off of a Super Bowl run. Mm-hmm. Let me see what you have, and I'll make my adjustments based on what I think can help. Because the system was very similar to what he had done in Denver as a quarterback coach, receivers coach, and things of that nature. That he came in and enhanced what we did, and you saw him take Steve McNair to an MVP level.
Right.
And I think that's where you get very good play callers who have the understanding that I don't necessarily come in and just change everything. And I no disrespect to Callahan, I think he was enamored with his system, and he saw the success they had with Joe Burrow, that it was just like, here, we're doing this, do it my way, and it just wasn't resonating and being productive. Mm-hmm. And I think one thing you even saw with Mike McCoy and them took over, you got a little bit more productive offensively at times compared to previous, even though it was the same offense. But I think that's what Daboll should be focusing on, is how can we implement what I want and complement what they are good at already, and just enhance the skill levels that he has at his disposal. So for me, for Cam, it's about being able to, one, grasp the changes, philosophize with your coach, mm-hmm. get a barometer of, this is what I like, this is the things I struggle with, this is things I don't really like to do, that complement the receivers and weapons you have at your disposal. And I think they got to do better of getting the ball out of his hands quicker sometimes. There didn't seem to be a lot of quick game at all. A lot of that last year. It was a lot of on him. I get it, as quarterback decision making on him, and waiting for guys to break open, break into gaps, and he made a lot of crucial big throws. But I think they can have some success. They can get the ball in his hands a little quicker from time to time.
What about a Callahan, Cincinnati, Zach Taylor, Joe Burrow's system didn't work for Cam? Like, what are the key differences you think between what they were trying to do last season to what you think Brian Daboll will look at and try to do this season?
Well, I think that, one, there was a lot of vertical game in that Cincinnati offense. You got the 2, even 3 weapons at one point or another that were very good at working the vertical game, making vertical plays. So a lot of onus was put on the offensive line for protection. A lot of it was the quarterback had to stand and deliver, and we've seen Joe has been one of the most sacked quarterbacks since he's been in the National Football League, because he has to sit back there and let things develop. There wasn't a whole lot of moving routes. What I mean, like what we call juke or shifts or things of that nature, where you got guys that do double moves or extra to their route, if you will. And I think that there was a lot of that, and there wasn't a lot of opportunities for him just to beat Cam, just drop back, dump it off, and let's go.
Sure.
And again, that's not the same thing crucial to what Callahan did. I just think the clientele and the athletes were a little bit different, and it still was a learning curve compared to what he had or what they had with Zach Taylor and the guys in Cincinnati, and how they built that thing up.
It makes sense, and I think, too, when you look at where he was at his best, moments where Cam could improvise within the system looked really good. Like, I think about his deep throw to Chim DK against the Patriots on that first drive. Roll him out of the pocket right, make it look like he's just kind of improvising off script, but the script was for him to move, put his foot in the ground, and find DK deep down the field, right? Like, it was those moments where you allowed Cam to showcase his arm strength and showcase just his ability to drop the football in a bucket deep down the field, and those sideline passes that were within about 10 to 20 yards that he thrived with at Miami.
Yeah.
We didn't see as consistently in year one with the Titans. I think for me, I want to see the pocket moving more. I want to see Cam moving more and simplifying some of what you are asking him to do, because I know that staff last season wanted him to use his legs more.
Yeah.
And that staff wanted to see him, hey, if something's not there, the best thing for us to do is for you to scramble and get 5 yards and get down.
Get down. Mm-hmm.
And I think the way that you can kind of train that is go ahead and move Cam out of the pocket to where it is easier for him to just stay moving, right? Like, versus standing in the pocket, finding something. He was so inclined to try to throw some of those backside routes or find the check down or just try to throw it every single time that it was hard for him to find a lane to step up in the pocket and just break free. Like, if you can already move him out of the pocket and give him that lane, give him that avenue to run, I want to see him on the move a lot more. And I think the way Brian Daboll has used Josh Allen, has used Jackson Dart, has used, the two Alabama quarterbacks that he had between Jalen Hurts and a young Tua at Alabama. Like, Brian Daboll has always moved his quarterbacks around and has always encouraged that usage of their athleticism. Cam Ward was the most sacked quarterback in the NFL last season, and the Titans were 31st in the NFL in third down efficiency on offense. Those two things were related.
Yeah.
Giving Cam the ability to make more out of the nothing plays, I think, is a great place to start.
Yeah, and I think one of the hardest things that Dabo going to have to work on is getting some of his old habits out the way. I think there was times where I thought Cam Ward held on to the ball a little longer than he should have, and waiting on things to develop down the field. Again, some of those sacks, you equate to him just as much as you do the offensive line.
I agree.
I think he's scary, athletic, sneaky athletic. And I'm not putting him in this rare air yet, y'all. So when I say this, Mahomes, you watch Mahomes. Mahomes is sneaky athletic. What I mean by that is he has this ability. He's not like you said, Jalen Hurts or even Jackson in Baltimore. He's sneaky as opposed to, he sees something, he extends the drive, and next thing you know, it's a 20-yard run. He makes the DN miss, and then now he's scrambled out the other side. But that's not his forte.
Right.
Patrick Mahomes is a pocket guy, classical pocket passer who wants to stand and deliver. And I think that's where Cam is. He's more classic of a pocket guy who wants to stand and deliver. However, finding that balance and having that ability to, what you're talking about, extend drives is going to be crucial. But there's also a skill in knowing when and the hows. And I think even people like, you wouldn't say Tom Brady was an athletic quarterback.
No, right.
Or even, no disrespect to him or Peyton of my era, but you see videos of them understanding how to still,
they could maneuver the pocket.
Yeah, still another possession. It's 3rd and 8. Here, I'm going to go ahead and extend this. Even though I'm slow as molasses, I'm going to go ahead and extend this drive. And I think that's that balance that Cam has to find. And I think Dabo and them are interested in that. But you name some of the quarterbacks that he has coached. The consistency in that is their ability to be able to move. They're more athlete. Dart, Allen, all these are pretty scary athletic type quarterbacks. Cam is sneaky athletic, and I think he has that ability, but he is more classically, he wants to be in that pocket throwing the ball.
My other thing I'm curious of, too, is does a deeper wide receiver room give this team more ability to catch his fastball? Because he threw a lot of fastballs last season, and being down there at field level, too, there's some moments, even the ones that were caught, I'm thinking, like, how in the world is somebody putting their hands in front of that football and bringing it in from such close range? And obviously you've done it, and you have on college practice fields and college games and NFL practice fields and NFL games and through your life as an NFL wide receiver. But that ability to handle the heat, so to speak, like it feels like Cam has the unique ability where every wide receiver on any given play has to be ready for the football.
Yeah.
Like, that's not totally normal, is it? And, like, the backside, as we call, like, the for the love of the game routes, that you're running a route to open up something for someone else. Cam Ward's still going to throw the route that you might be running not expecting the football a lot more than maybe a lot of other quarterbacks would. Every play is alive to him. And how do you get the best out of that is my question. And obviously the first step within that is, can we give him more to work with? And Carnell Tate and Wan'Dale Robinson, a second year of DK and Aya Manor and the things that those guys can do.
You can't forget Ridley.
And of course. And Calvin Ridley, what he brings to the table as well. But does a deeper wide receiver room handle his fastball a little bit better, basically, is one of my other questions.
I think so. I think the competition within the room of productivity, I don't want to let my teammates down. I want to make plays. Is also going to carry some weight on that. So when you get your opportunity, you got to make the most of them. I think the onus goes back to Dabo and how he uses the skill. Is he moving Cardinal Tate at the 3 spot? He's next to the tackle, and he using him for some movement routes. Is he putting him on the outside of the numbers and utilize his speed and athleticism? Same with any other receivers. How does he utilizing his weapons at his disposal, giving Cam some basic reads and things like that? Here's your moving route. If it's covered, go here, go there, run. Those types of things, and being able to process that at a high rate and be able to be successful. I think what I'm excited about, the depth of receiver is, and I've said this before over the years, people say, well, we don't have a clear-cut number one. And you can talk to most defensive backs across the country, the guys who have played or still playing. It's almost harder to plan when you don't know where the ball is going. There's games where Jefferson, he's going to get some targets.
Right.
How do we mitigate that? Chase, he's going to get his targets. How do we mitigate him? But when you got a group of guys that are pretty good, 1 to 5, maybe even 6, and you're game planning, okay, what are we shutting down? Because it takes away the individual, so to speak. And so you got to be able to almost play just not base defense, don't get me wrong, but they got to be consistent. And so you don't know. And that speaks volumes to free agency, drafting, and what has happened, and the guys getting better on a weekly basis. Because it's almost like when he drafted Tate and he brought in Waddell, and of course Ridley coming off injury, we almost forgot about and DK. And these guys progressed as last year. You can see them seemingly getting better week to week. One of them is a Pro Bowler, you know what I mean, and he has some talent with the ball in his hand. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how they utilize each of these weapons going forward.
Live from Golf for a Reason at Governor's Club, Jeffery Simmons' first charity golf tournament. 3-time Titans Walter Payton Man of the Year. Obviously an all-pro and pro bowler, and love what he's doing for the community down here. If you want to make a donation, head online to www.givehimareason.org to support Jeff and his foundation putting on a great event here today. More headlines coming up next. 615-737-1045. Kevin Dyson, Will Bowling, Ramon Will. 1045 The Zone. If you are buying or selling in the Nashville real estate market, you need somebody with local experience who's going to take care of the little things. You need Bernie Gallerani of Bernie Gallerani Real Estate. Trevor's home search didn't start out well. After a frustrating experience with another agent, he was ready for something completely different. And that's what he found with Bernie Gallerani Real Estate. From the very first meeting, Trevor felt heard, supported, and genuinely cared for. As a first-time home buyer, he finally had a team in his corner that listened to what he really wanted and promised to help him find a home he would love. And Trevor found the one. Bernie Gallerani moved fast. They got him in to see it on a Saturday, and less than 24 hours later, he was under contract on his favorite home of all. Use the 30-day guarantee that Bernie Gallerani offers you, guaranteeing to sell your home in 30 days or less, or he'll buy it with no risk to you. Check him out online at BernieGallerani.com or call him at 615-428-2644. Get the 30-day guarantee online at BernieGallerani.com.
The clock is ticking on Genesis Diamond's amazing finance offer. You have until June 30th to take advantage of the hottest offer of the summer. 5 years, zero interest financing with zero down. Get in now and splurge. Maybe treat yourself. Planning to propose? Get that stunning designer engagement ring starting as low as $67. Or a 3-carat lab-grown center diamond, just $99 a month. Pick any item, divide the price by 60, and that's your payment with no money down. People have driven for hours to take advantage of this, so don't put it off another minute. Buy that pre-owned Rolex or that designer ring or just a simple diamond pendant. Get the incredible price Genesis is famous for. Then spread your payments over 5 years. 0.0 interest. It's the smartest, easiest, and best way to buy. But hurry, this incredible offer ends June 30th and will not be extended. Only at Genesis Diamonds. Genesis Diamonds are located in Green Hills and Cool Springs. Unapproved credit. Get more details at genesisdiamonds.com.
This is a different court, Blair.
Same result, Slay.
Oh, okay, Blair. See, that's Tyler Tanner. See, Tyler Tanner's in the house now.
Let's see what you got. Jury's out, Blair.
Blair, come on. Okay, Blair, just come sit down. Come on, Blair, stop. You're going to get hurt. Blair, get off the court. That's enough.
What's the verdict, Blair?
The courtroom is where I play ball.
Boy, Durham, injury law. And that ain't got no rules.
Ramon Will on 104.5 The Zone as Hour 2 continues here live from Governor's Club this morning for Golf for a Reason, Jeffery Simmons' first charity golf tournament. Glad to be out here with you. Dr. Kevin Dyson filling in for Ramon, myself, Will Bowling, streaming live on 104.5 The Zone TV, Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. Some breaking news, Dr. Dyson, and some very sad news to report this morning. As just seen on Good Morning America on ABC just a few minutes ago, three-time Pro Bowl running back and Tennessee Titans legend Chris Johnson has revealed this morning he has been diagnosed with ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. He said it in an interview with Michael Strahan just a few minutes ago that he was diagnosed with the disease last year at age 39, telling Michael Strahan there is no history of ALS in his family. The doctors believe his case is what is called sporadic ALS, which is actually how the vast majority of ALS cases happen. Heartbreaking news for a legend of this community, a legend of this organization, 39 years old last year when he got the diagnosis, and just heartbreaking news this morning.
Yeah, man, as a person, similar profession, man, my heart goes out to him. I've had a friend, one of my former coaches' friends, golf buddy, he found out he had ALS and he passed away a few years ago from this disease, man. It's debilitating, man, to watch your friends just kind of wither away like that, and just knowing the journey that CJ is going to be going through, man. My thoughts and prayers to him and his family as they go through this, man. And as he said, man, it's attacking his body right now, but he's still CJ 2K, man. And just everybody just hold him up, man, and just think about this man as he goes through this journey. We just enjoy him for the time that we have left, and man, just remember the good times we had when he was CJ 2K.
Yeah, it's just stunning. He says he first noticed weakness in his right hand, said at first it was little things like his grip that didn't feel right, wasn't as strong as he always had been. His wife, Brittany, said she thought his hand weakness was the result of years in the football field. And especially just as athletes and as any of us too, right? We take for granted just the simple things, and athletes, I imagine too, who just feel so invincible, right?
Yeah.
And the amount of things that you can do, it is heartbreaking for any human in the world, and heartbreaking for any athlete, and just those things that we've always been able to do: picking up a water bottle on a table, right? Like just that weakness and the grip strength, the fact that it starts there. And turns into what it is. It is such a nasty and awful disease, and
yeah, man,
that's a gut punch.
It really
That
is, bro.
awful.
It really is, man. And he's young. You mentioned he's 40 years old, and man, there's somebody who's 51, and we're fortunate. We talked about it at the start of the broadcast, man, being able to be 6 feet above and enjoy the scenery, being on this golf course as the sun was rising this morning, and just enjoying the scenery and enjoying the moment of golf. And here we are, with the news of of a family member, if you will, being diagnosed with a debilitating disease. Again, it's how life has a way of humbling you real quick to appreciate what you have.
Well, we'll tell you more details of what we know. Again, big breaking story. Chris Johnson, former Titans running back, diagnosed with ALS last year, as he confirms this morning in an interview with Michael Strahan on Good Morning America. Some other details on things we know, a quote from a doctor within this, a professor of neurology. So we'll tell you everything that we know coming up as we continue here from Governor's Club at Jeffery Simmons Golf for a Reason golf tournament. Kevin Dyson, Will Bowling, Ramon and Will here on 104.5 The Zone. Second half of the show and hour 3 getting started this morning on 104.5 The Zone, live from Golf for a Reason, put on by Jeffery Simmons Foundation. Give him a reason at Governor's Club in Brentwood. Golf starting here in a couple of hours, expecting a big crowd with some Titans players, with some of Jeff's friends and teammates here. And excited to have Jeff on the show here coming up in the next couple of hours. Kevin Dyson filling in for Ramon Foster. Zach Kroll, our producer, filling in for, we're holding our breath, soon-to-be new dad, Justin Hawkins, here on the show. As we got a beautiful morning, Dr. Dyson, and obviously the sad news and the big headline we just heard a few minutes ago. Chris Johnson telling Michael Strahan on Good Morning America that he has been diagnosed with ALS, and certainly a tough way for Titans fans to begin this week.
You know, man, it's anytime you hear news like that, regardless, it's always sad, and you feel for the recipients' families. But this one, obviously being close to home, and he's been such an integral part of the Titan history, folklore, especially the city of Nashville. That run he had that season, it's other than Derrick Henry, I don't know if there's something comparable to that since we've been in Nashville, man. And so he's a staple in Titans history, man. It's sad. It's there's no way to sugarcoat it, man. It's just you hope for the best for him, and he has his quality of life is not drastically changed, but we know. Mm-hmm. We know different from experiences and what my limited knowledge of the disease, and obviously seen a friend literally wither away in a matter of months from his diagnosis, man. So we're ready for it. Hey, Big Jeff over here, he's been rolling up.
Yeah, you know he's coming up too in the big Titan blue truck too, and oh man. Stepping on my headset over here. Good to see you, Jeff. Good to see you, man. We'll talk with Jeff here coming up in the next couple hours here, as I'm just stepping on stuff all over here, just trying to stand up. But a couple minutes ago, Amy Adams Strunk, Titans owner, did release a statement on Chris Johnson and his ALS diagnosis. She writes, "Some people leave a mark on an organization that you just can't put into words. Chris Johnson is one of those people for us. His leadership on the field, in addition to his impact in the locker room and Nashville community, have written him permanently into the story of this franchise." Amy Adams Strunk goes on to say, "Learning this news is extremely difficult, and we will support Chris every step of the way throughout his journey. We are holding him and his family close and join our fans around the world in expressing our love for Chris." That is Tennessee Titans controlling owner Amy Adams Strunk. It is hard to put in the words what Chris Johnson means to this fan base, and growing up in this city and watching him. I've talked about this with a number of players, Dr. Dyson. I'd put him in this category of the kind of impact that Steve McNair had, the kind of impact that Eddie George had to the first-generation Titans fans. Chris Johnson is right there in that conversation. In his 2009 season with 2,000 yards, 14 touchdowns, 125.5 yards per game in that season, what he was able to do as just a weapon. He was more than a running back. He was a weapon on the football field, and I put him in the category of guys who made it cool to be a Titan.
Yeah.
And guys who made it cool to be a Tennessee Titans fan. You think of him playing the bongo drums in Kansas City, and think of him with his the dance move that he would do after he scored touchdowns. Like every kid at recess wanted to be like Chris Johnson, and every Titans fan of that age, growing up when I did, had a number 28 jersey. And man, you think of these athletes who are just larger than life, and you think of this invincibility, and just this sick, cruel disease like this pops up. It is just totally heartbreaking for someone who is larger than life in this city.
Man, and you said it right, man. You build your body up to be able to perform on Sundays, Saturdays, Friday nights, whatever. and you put in that work, and then you get, like you said, almost like a gladiator type mentality because of what you're doing, and you go through your career in virtually, injury free for the most part of his career, extended career, exciting career, one of the most explosive running backs we've seen in the last 2 decades. To go to this diagnosis where it's almost strips you away of all that. You're used to your muscles, your strength. You talk about his hand strength was one of the first signs, like little stuff that you take, as you mentioned earlier, we take for granted, be able to just pick up a bottle of water and drink it, and losing those senses and stuff that you've been doing since you were knee high to a duck, and so it's scary, it's humbling, man, and I just again want to echo what we've been sharing. I just really feel for him, obviously, but him and his immediate family.
Let's open up the phone lines. I want to hear favorite Chris Johnson memories. How about that?
Man, let's do it.
From the Titans fans this morning, 615-737-1045. You can drop them in the F&M Bank chat at 1045 The Zone TV on YouTube, youtube.com/1045 The Zone TV. What is your favorite Chris Johnson memory? 615-737-1045. For you, as a former Titan, he comes to town in 2008. Chris Johnson, as a first-round pick from East Carolina, picked 24th overall in the 2008 NFL draft. What was your first impression of CJ 2K before he, 1 year later, became CJ 2K and had the 2,000-yard season?
Well, I remember that draft and him going up there, and he was, from my perspective, I heard about the combine and his numbers. He was little known from a competitive level. I think we all have a tendency to say, well, especially back then, NIL has changed a lot of this, but especially back then, people focused more on the name on the front of the jersey as to what they attributed to be maybe quality or pro ready. So if you went to Alabama and Tennessee and USC and some of these schools back then, there was a different level of expectation and knowledge or experience that people assumed you had. So there was, from my perspective, I wasn't sure about him. He was undersized. I knew he was explosive. I was like, well, how is that going to translate? Especially, we were just transitioning from that era of big backs. The Eddie Georges, Jamal Lewis's, the Corey Dillons, like the big back world that we were just transitioning from. Even Adrian Peterson, which was probably his contemporary, was a bigger back. Right. To him was very explosive. So you were like, how was his health going to hold up over a 16-game season? Well, he proved every skeptic wrong, everybody wrong, showed his ability to not take punishing hits and taking more of the glancing type hits. His explosiveness is well documented. I was just watching the highlights of him the other night that came up on my Facebook feed, and just of his 2000 season, and just how explosive he was, how he was taking away angles from DBs and smaller guys and outrunning them and pulling away, and just how explosive he was. Doing radio at that time was so fun, because he's that guy that you make sure, if you're watching at home on TV, that you only go do what you got to do during commercial.
That's right.
That's the only time, because if you don't,
right,
and you mess around, go to the bathroom, get you a snack, you're going to miss a moment, because at any moment he was going to break 70, 80, 90-yard run. And that's why you sat in front of the TV when he was playing and he was at his optimal.
I always think back to November 1st, 2009, a 30-13 win for the Titans over the Jacksonville Jaguars. And Chris Johnson that day had a 52-yard touchdown run and had an 89-yard touchdown run in that game. And, of course, so many of you remember just the image of Chris Johnson running away from the Jaguars defense on that long run. 24 carries, 228, and 2 touchdowns for a Titans team at that point that was 0-6 to start the 2009 season, and started the turnaround and a team that finished 8-8 and that
Yeah.
started to kind of change the narrative a little bit and set themselves up, obviously, for a better 2010 season as well. But that was kind of the beginning of getting a little bit of momentum. And trying to be what they were again, the year before in 08. But the immediate impact that Chris Johnson had on that team, just over 1,200 yards, 9 touchdowns, but just being a weapon with an offense that was led by Kerry Collins, obviously, in 2008, the defense that was so dominant in that season, but having that big play weapon that he didn't have the 2,000-yard season yet, obviously, but just that ability to hit something on any given play and be the home run hitter for an offense that their job was mostly to not mess it up for the defense because that defense was so good. My goodness. I mean, he came in right away. And I remember that draft so well because we were looking at the big board thinking, all right, need a running back. And Rashard Mendenhall was more the older school big back.
Yep.
And he goes the pick right before Chris Johnson to the Steelers. You're thinking, oh, my gosh, Steelers stole Mendenhall from us. Chris Johnson worked out perfectly fine.
I was going to say, we go back. Which
got
one
the
would you
better
rather
end of
have?
that deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Better end of that deal for sure. So, open for your memories and for your thoughts on CJ2K. 615-737-1045. Would love to hear from you, Titans fans, on what you remember most of Chris Johnson's playing career. Again, the big story today, the heartbreaking news is announced on Good Morning America on the East Coast. I believe that package is actually airing right now here locally on News 2 on Good Morning America. Sit-down interview with Michael Strahan and Chris Johnson where he reveals he has been diagnosed with ALS. We'll hear your favorite memories of CJ2K coming up after this.
A day at the spa, the perfect gift for birthdays, anniversaries, or any occasion. Lavish and luxurious, yet affordable. A grand gesture, yet simple for you. The gift card from A Moment's Peace. Give her the gift she won't buy herself. An escape, a bit of luxury. Something special that shows more than just words. A gift from A Moment's Peace Salon and Day Spa in Cool Springs across I-65 from Galleria Mall. Call 615-224-0770 or go online at amomentspeace.com anytime.
Ramon Will on 104.5 The Zone from Governor's Club in Brentwood this morning for Golf for a Reason. Put on by Jeffery Simmons Foundation. Give them a reason. Expecting Jeff's teammates to be out here. Some great weather for golf here today, and a great cause as well for the Tennessee Titans 3-time Walter Payton Man of the Year, Big Jeff. Kevin Dyson with me. Will Bowling, 615-737-1045. Open for your phone calls on your favorite Chris Johnson Titans memories. And if you're just now tuning in or you saw the news this morning, Chris Johnson announced this morning on Good Morning America in an interview with Michael Strahan that he has been diagnosed with ALS, and gives us some time here this morning, Dr. Dyson, to take some of your calls and think about some of the favorite Titans memories for CJ2K. So let's go to the phones. Let's start with Chuck in Clarksville, talking about Chris Johnson this morning. What's up, Chuck?
Hey, Will. Hey, I hope Amy Chris this year have a 28-day or something that we can bring him in, because if he's not in the Ring of Honor, he should be close. My wife has owned one jersey in her life, and it's Chris Johnson. So we're hard hurt for Chris on this diagnosis. We know he's tough, and he'll do what he can to get through it. But I'd love to see a 28-day or some kind of honor for Chris this year at Nissan Stadium. He to me is one of the. We went to a game back when he played and watched him make a long run in a game, and it was just such an electrifying, exciting, and fun person to see and be around. So I hope we have a 28-day.
Yeah, thank you, Chuck. Appreciate the call.
I'd venture to guess the franchise will do something, and I would think of the running backs that this franchise has had, especially in the last 20, 25 years, we can expect two or more to be in that Ring of Honor, and I think he would be one of them.
I think so, too.
Him and Derrick Henry, I believe, will be up there at some point. And I think it'll be something special. There will be some kind of recognition for his contribution to this franchise this year, that be able to celebrate him. God forbid that he's not here a very long time or something, he's not able to live with it. However, if this would be a great opportunity to pay homage to a man who gave so much to the franchise, and I knowing the franchise as I do, I'm pretty sure that's on their minds. They're thinking about how to make that work.
Amy Adams Strunk did say in her statement the Titans would support Chris Johnson throughout this journey. Chris Johnson played 10 seasons in the NFL. Titans from 2008 to 2013, was with the Jets in 2014, and finished his career as an Arizona Cardinal from 15 to 17, earning the CJ2K name after rushing for 2,006 yards in 2009, which still ranks 7th in NFL history. He broke the NFL's single-season record for yards from scrimmage that season at 2,509 yards, and was named the AP NFL Offensive Player of the Year.
Who won MVP that year?
That's
it's normally a quarterback,
question.
but you think of that kind of year he had that year. It's
Peyton Manning, 2009. Yep. Led him to a 14-0 start that season.
Yep.
Voting, top three were all quarterbacks. Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers that season.
Dang.
I know.
And are back with 2,000 yards now in the top three.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
Yeah, he was Offensive Player of the Year. Charles Woodson, Defensive Player of the Year that year.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's go to Drew in McMinnville, 615-737-1045. Go ahead, Drew.
Morning, fellas. This has broke my heart, man. I just remember watching him. Dude, it was just so captivating to watching him play. Like you said earlier, Kevin, if you stood up or you went to the kitchen for something, you might miss something. He was just so electric. My favorite play, you might have to help me remember the team. I'm pretty sure it was Jacksonville when he broke through the line and he flattened that guy, and he was gone. He was gone. And everybody in the league knew when he turned the Jets on, he's gone. It didn't matter who it was. And then the other time when he split out wide and nobody went out there with him, and Kerry Collins was like, oh, okay, here you go. and he was gone. Like, just, bro, he was just so electric. I remember playing Madden. The Titans wasn't rated good on Madden, but I used to bust people up on Madden with Chris Johnson. You just couldn't stop him. He was like a video game character in real life. You just could not stop him. I'm going to hang up, man. Y'all have a good day. Let's just pray for him. I hope the Titans, like the last guy said, I'm pretty sure he'll go in the Ring of Honor. I hopefully he can get it done. I'm just going to pray for him, man. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you,
All
Drew.
right, man.
Appreciate
I can't remember
the
if
call.
it was the Texans or Jaguars. He's talking about where he bucked the guy over and continued running. And then I believe the long pass was the Texans. I believe that was as well.
Right.
But, yeah, man, I think sometimes we forget our heroes and things like that are human. You know, and then we get reminded pretty quick that, yeah, as talented as a lot of these guys are, and it played, and I played too, but I mean, a lot of these guys are super more talented than I was, and we forget that they are human beings sometimes, and they deal with some real stuff, and this puts that back in perspective, that this is a real man who was super talented, beyond compare, and now is really dealing with some real life issues that the average human being doesn't have to, because it's such a rare disease. And so again, man, we're not talking as the man is gone. He's still here, still fighting. But it's good to pay honor to this man and what he contributed to the city.
615-737-1045. Open for your calls and your favorite memories remembering Chris Johnson's Tennessee Titans career. He does say through an eye-controlled speech machine within the piece with Michael Strahan on Good Morning America that a year ago he could pick up his 7-year-old daughter to blow out her birthday cake, but now can't. And has already gotten to the point where he needs to use a speech machine to communicate. Incredible the technology, too, within all of that. And sad that there has to be so many technological advancements in how to manage this. And the fact that this disease is still uncurable and is as just nasty as it is. But eye-controlled speech machine, the way that he's communicating now.
Dang, man. And again, I was watching highlights just the other day, and it just popped up on my feed, man. It just, how far removed that is. And just does something like this. And again, he like he said, he don't cry for me. I've lived a good life, man, and I'm going to continue fighting. But it's hard to hear stuff like that, man.
Yeah,
it's because it's close to home in a lot of respects too, man. He's young, and I think I said this before. The average life expectancy of a professional football player is like 59 and a half years old, and you see these extremes of guys that do things in their 30s, and then of course the guys that live on in the 70s, of course, comes with that number. But it's just one of those things that just makes you appreciate when you do have time.
615-737-1045. Mike in Cleveland next up. What's up, Mike? Thank you, sir.
It's been a long time. But just wanted to share my memory of Chris Johnson, man. I'll never forget the first time seeing him. I was at Corky's Barbecue in Murfreesboro, and it was a preseason game. I think it was his first preseason game, and the line opened up, and he busted through there, did a 60-yard run, and I still remember Mike Keith was like, he shot out of there like a cannon. Chris Johnson, from East Carolina, we got us one, and everything, and it was just like, and he was telling the truth. We had us one, and so yeah, man, Chris Johnson, that was our swag for a nice little minute. And I mean, still to this day, everybody, you still just got to remind people outside of Tennessee, don't forget about CJ. You feel me? Sometimes people try to, but yeah, dog. So, just praying for you, big homie, and thank you for all the years, and can't wait for you to get that ring of honor. And yeah, man, just gotta keep them up in prayer. But that's my favorite Chris Johnson memory, is just that first preseason game when we knew who he was. So y'all stay blessed, man.
Man, appreciate
Thank you, Mike.
Man. Yeah,
Thank you for the call.
For lack of a better way to say this, CJ was a man of the community. Like, he was accessible, and for a superstar We've had him here. I always still have him here. With
Yeah.
Big Jeff. We had Big Jeff's tournament. He was accessible. He was out and about. You know what I mean? And people could talk to him. He was real, and people could connect with him. I think that's why people resonate with CJ.
Absolutely. Eric in Nashville next up, 615-737-1045. Hey, Eric.
Yeah, it's just been kind of a tough stretch for the Titans, you had Coach Mack passing away a few weeks ago, and now you got this. And, of course, this, reminds me of what Tim Shaw has been going through, guys. But as far as my favorite memory, it's an unfortunate memory that kind of makes me mad. It makes a lot of Titans fans mad. And, of course, you probably know where I'm going. I guess it was when he had the chance to break the all-time record. I guess it was against Seattle.
Yes.
And he had that huge touchdown run called back because of a penalty.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he had a shot at the all-time record. And, he was just, just going crazy in that game. And then to have the big run that he had against them called back, it's not a great memory, but it's just the fact that he had a shot at the all-time NFL record and had that taken away from him. Kind of just hated that happened. But just thoughts and prayers going out to him and his family. It's just real sad that, all this. Just saw the story about the fact that last year was able to pick up his daughter, and now he can't do that. And it's just, hopefully, there can be a miracle out there for him, guys. But tighten up. Guys, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, and, it definitely be in my thoughts and my prayers. Y'all take care, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate the call. It's well said. And, yeah, I remember that. The holding call that a lot of folks who were in two-tone blue that day will still swear, myself included, was not a holding penalty that brought back his long run to kind of put the exclamation point on it. But got it a few plays later still in Seattle, of course, and became CJ2K. But what a season that was. I mean, the caller who earlier said it. It was truly like a video game on rookie mode.
Yeah.
Every time he got
every
football.
time, and that's a great analogy, man. Because like you said, your eyes are glued to the TV to see what's next.
Mm-hmm.
And there's very few people like that you can say that about in different sports eras. Like in the NBA, you didn't go up because you want to see what Michael Jordan was going to do. In golf, you didn't leave the screen because you want to see what Tiger was going to do.
Mm-hmm.
At a Masters or something. Basketball, football, and all these different sports and things. But CJ was one of those guys in that time frame where you didn't leave your seat. He kept busting the seat in the stadiums because people want to see what he's going to do.
Yes, no doubt about it. 615-737-1045, open for your favorite Chris Johnson memories this morning. Let's go to Kevin in Nashville up next. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
Prayers out to Chris Johnson and his family while they go through this. But people don't realize, Chris was tough. Like, you go back to that Seattle game where they did falsely accuse the Titans of holding, and that really was a touchdown that really would have gave him the record that year. That was a tough game for him, and he kept going at it. He was getting hit in the backfield, losing yards on some plays, but he got them yards, and that was a tough game. You go back to that Baltimore game in the playoffs where really he was killing Baltimore by himself until he got hurt. But Chris was tough, so I do believe that he'll make it through this, and I know it's a tough situation, but people just got to realize he's a tough guy. And, God got us all. It'll be all right. Just say a prayer for him and his family. Y'all have a good day, and God bless y'all.
Thank you, Kevin.
You too, brother.
Appreciate you. Man, you're not kidding either about that playoff game. And, that's a tough one. And a lot of, obviously, Titans-Ravens playoff games have gone the way of the road team. Sometimes for us, sometimes against us. And that one, of course, went against us on January 10th, 2009. But they couldn't stop him. I mean, 11 carries for 72 yards and a touchdown, and then one catch for 28 yards, essentially in a quarter. That season in 2009, and Lindale came in, and obviously Lindale was quite a runner himself and was excellent in his own right, but they could not stop Chris Johnson, and that injury totally changed that game. And there's no telling what happens in that entire playoffs.
Yeah.
if the Titans are able to have a healthy Chris Johnson, not just for that 4 quarters of that Ravens game, but for more in the 2009 postseason.
You know, it's almost like Lindell and unfortunately, because they're still really close, you almost forget how good he was.
Oh, my gosh.
You know,
Absolutely.
because CJ was so dynamic. But as far as duo running backs, man, around that time, I don't know if you can name 2 better complementary running backs off of one each other than those two, than their time here in Tennessee.
Smash and dash.
Yeah, man.
Legendary.
It was fun to watch them too,
so
bro.
much
So fun to watch them too. And they complement each other very well. You could tell they fed off one another. They were good friends. You can tell. It was a friendly competition in the sense that, all right, I'm going to get you got yours, I'm going to get mine. That sort of, it wasn't like a hatred competition, which you appreciate.
It's incredible, too, that 2008 season, and just looking back at what both of those guys were able to do. And that was, of course, Chris's rookie season. 15 touchdowns for Lindell White in that season. Chris Johnson would get you down there, and then Lindell White would punch it in.
Punch it in.
Smash and dash. Smash and dash. Chris Johnson says in the interview with Michael Strahan, says, I want people to know I'm still me. He says, ALS has changed what my body can do, but it hasn't changed who I am. People sometimes look at the physical disability and assume you're not still the same person inside. I still think the same. I still dream. I still love my family. My body just doesn't cooperate. Strong.
That's strong. Very
Strong
poignant,
words.
man, and deliberate. And, you know, read between the lines, man. He's just telling you, just appreciate your time while you have it, you know, because you never know when it's taken away. And you know, you get it. There's going to be a lot of these emotions and people feeling sorry and for him, and because we remember the gladiator that he was. But, you know, like you said, he's still him. He's still functioning. He's still thinking through things. He just body moves different than it had, you know, just a couple years ago.
615-737-1045. More openings for your phone calls talking about Chris Johnson, who heartbreakingly diagnosed with ALS, as announced this morning on Good Morning America in an interview with Michael Strahan. We are here at Jeffery Simmons' first charity golf tournament, Golf for a Reason, put on by Big Jeff's Foundation. Give him a reason. Expected to talk to Jeff here in the 9 o'clock hour as we continue here from Brentwood. Kevin Dyson, Will Bowling, Ramon Will, 104.5 The Zone.
It's Ramon Foster for Medical House Calls, where they're available to you 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Same-day appointments are available for you or next day guaranteed. Anything from primary health, urgent care, IV therapy, medical weight loss is available to you. And here's the thing. These are not just regular techs. No, these are doctors and nurses that are sent to you to help you be a better version of yourself. If you're feeling fatigue, persistent illness that's been going on, or injury, or difficulty focusing or being productive, there's an IV therapy for you. If you have or feel yourself having a sickness fall over you like I did a couple of months ago, I reached out to them. They came over to my house, administered me an IV, and I felt amazing the very next day. I beat the cold before the cold beat me. But it's not just that part of it, the IV therapy. They have medical care that can come to you and handle your sicknesses, infections. If you have an injury, they can help you that way. In-home labs, testing, and so much more for you is available to you. And again, it's just bringing back the concierge medicine to where they can just simply help you out. You can reach out to them by calling at 615-838-2375 or head over to medicalhousecalls.com.
Ramon Will continues live from Governor's Club this morning here in Brentwood at Jeffery Simmons' first charity golf tournament, Golf for a Reason, put on by his foundation. Give him a reason. Open for your memories on Chris Johnson's Titans career at 615-737-1045. If you are listening today and want to help out Jeff's foundation, support today's event, you can head online, giveemareason.org to make a foundation there. You can follow on Instagram, on social media, as well as Jeffery Simmons is raising money for his foundation. Give him a reason, helping single parents find and secure stable housing. The mission of today's event, of Jeff's foundation, and really good work that Jeff's been able to do in the community.
Yeah, and I mean, not to diminish anything we've been talking about, man, but I just want to give that shout out to Big Jeff as we prepare for this tournament and things like that, man. This is going to show you the extension of players and what they want to do in the community, and brought up sometimes it's even bigger than football, as what Jeff is trying to accomplish. And it's numbing because we're talking about CJ, but it also gives you a different appreciation of life. And as you know, as we are here to help Jeff raise money for his cause that goes back to the community.
Absolutely, and I'm sure through your playing career as well, from Utah to the Titans and everywhere that you have been, that the sport has taken you, it really does create a football family and a brotherhood, and moments like this one where you can get together and raise money for a good cause, and you can have your teammates come out here and post football in a tragic circumstance that Chris is going through. There are so many Titans brothers and sisters and wives and family members that are going to be in his corner and fighting for him, and they're supporting him. I know the team is going to support him through all of this as well. But it is a lifelong bond and a brotherhood for you guys who have gone through anything, both the highs and the lows, the peaks and the valleys in situations like this.
I've done interviews, I've talked to people, and I think people make this assumption that we just get together. We got this private club that we get together on a weekly basis and we just do stuff, but it's not like that. People got their lives, they got kids, families, second careers, things like that. You just kind of become a normal citizen, if you will, although, I put that in quotes. But when we get together, regardless of, you saw with me and Jeff, I'm 20 years ahead of this guy. Like, you know what I mean? Our eras are completely different ball, but it's all love, because there's an understanding, there's a kinship that comes with the understanding of what he's going through and what I have been through. And you're an athlete, so you get this, is what I'm saying. There's a level that you understand the work it takes to be successful in that, and so there's a mutual respect regardless of your status, regardless of how the length of time that you played, regardless of how your career went or ended. There's just a level of mutual respect that you have that comes with that understanding of you've been where I've been. And I think that's what you talk about, something when it comes with CJ, when you're talking about losing one of your own. Regardless, I didn't play with the man, I've met him a few times, hung out with him a few times, that sort of thing. But I didn't play with him, but there's a level of respect and love and value that I have for this dude because I understand, and life is precious and short. The man is 40 years old, just short of his 31st birthday, and he's going through something that is truly debilitating and life-changing, not just for him, the people around him, including us.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It is it's a hard way to start a week. It's hard news to start with. You certainly, we will be sending prayers to him, to his family, to his wife, his kids, and man, just kind of surreal. That's the word I've got. And we're in the business of words and putting things in words, and some things just you run out of them.
Sometimes it's better left unsaid. I've heard that statement as a kid. And when you get older, you understand the value of that statement.
Right. No question. Charles is in Bowling Green, 615-737-1045, remembering your favorite Chris Johnson Titans memories. Go ahead, Charles.
I remember that Lindale White run, I think it was Kansas City, 80 yards, where Chris came out to celebrate. I think he ran to the other end zone to congratulate the man. And then, y'all may have brought this up, but it was like the next possession, he went for 70 to the same end zone, and it was just that was as far as the duo of running backs. As a fan, that was when I was like, okay, now we got one.
Yeah.
Anyway, I hear you boys enlighten on that. Thank y'all.
That's great.
Man.
That is so good, Charles.
That was one of my favorite games too. For them, for Smash and Dash, them two. Like I said, it was a healthy competition. They had true, genuine care and love for one another. They just wanted to see the other one get his and be successful. But it was like this. Okay, you got yours. I'm gonna get mine. Let me show you.
Yeah,
but
right.
It was all love. And man, that I remember that game. Man, that was fun. That was fun.
How rare is that to have two players in the same position have that kind of friendship and have that kind of mentality with one another, that what's good for you is what's good for me?
Yeah, it's rough because we are competing for dollars, if you will, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got to be productive to get to that deal, that opportunity to get that extension, that contract, whatever. I don't get that if I'm sitting on the bench. And so there is that level of competition, and not that you have hate or anything for the guy that's getting the ball and you just want yours. But from my perspective, I never got the sense that Lindell felt some type of way because he didn't get this XYZ carries, or Chris Johnson felt some type of way when he got pulled when Lindell got inside the 10. It was just, man, they just want to see each other eat and be successful, and hopefully they can do it for a long, extended period of time. And unfortunately, we didn't get that very long. But I think the rarity in it is the fact that we are in a production business and we are in an instant gratification business, and you have to do what you can while you have the opportunity to get to the opportunity to be financially stable for your family's family down the line. And to see them two operate and work where it didn't, from my perspective, didn't seem like there was any kind of wedge between any of it. They just wanted each other to eat and have a good time and make plays.
Let's go to Tim in Murfreesboro up next, 615-737-1045. Hey, Tim.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
And my favorite memory, I can't remember what year it was, but when CJ ripped that long 100-yarder off playing the Jet when we was on our 1-yard line.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was 94 yards, but I'll give you the extra
94. Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I was just looking it up. December 17th, 2012, on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, remember that one too.
Yep. Thank you for the call, Tim. Appreciate it.
At that time, that was the longest in Titans history. Until Derrick Henry broke that one.
It was. It's absolutely right. It was, December of 2012, 94 yards. That was the longest touchdown run in the NFL at the time since 2006 on Monday Night Football in Nashville. Yep.
You know what's crazy is both his and Derrick Henry's came on primetime.
Yeah, that's right.
Both of them came on primetime.
That's right.
And I remember when Tony Dorsett set the record at 99 against Minnesota on Monday Night Football. Sure. I remember because I was a big Cowboys fan growing up.
Yeah, right.
I remember they seemed
you
to
and
happen
everybody else.
It seems to happen on primetime, man, not just on a normal Sunday afternoon.
Yeah. I do have some good news to share, Dr. Dyson.
Let's get it. We need some.
I just got a text. Tatum Hawkins has just been born. Justin Hawkins, our producer, officially a dad as of this morning. Mom and baby are doing great. Tatum, born this morning, is making his debut to the world. So officially, we welcome the newest member of our Ramon and Will family and our 104.5 The Zone family. Congratulations to Justin, his fantastic wife, Jordan, on their family growing. Tatum Hawkins, man. Welcome to the world.
Absolutely, man. As we talk about something, it just shows you the preciousness of life, bro. It keeps going. We just keep evolving as people. So, man, congratulations to the family.
So awesome. Congrats to Justin. I know. We've had a lot of big life events on the show recently, and I know he and I were both going through the Monday morning deep breaths on those big life events, and me getting married and him having a baby. But as we talked about last week, a lot of moments where probably everything felt insane and chaotic, and it was all going to work out, and it has. So congratulations, Justin, his wife, Jordan, and Tatum, who is a part of our family.
There
I love
you go.
it. Good
There you
stuff.
go.
Good stuff. 615-737-1045. We are expected to sit down with Jeffery Simmons here soon in the final hour of the show. We'll see what other Titans make their way here if we can get some other guys to come up to the table as well. As we hit the,
they're not getting here to close to 10.
Fair enough. Yeah, you can tell the golfers who are here to warm up and get the irons and get the driver working and everything. They're hitting the range over here. A lot of golfers have been making their way over, and we'll see. We'll see who makes their way last to the range, or who's just going straight to the tee to try to just
they just here have a good time.
Exactly right.
They have a good time.
That's exactly right. Final hour of the show. Kevin Dyson, Will Bowling, Ramon Will. 104.5 The Zone.
It is 9:02. Good morning, live from the Circus Sports at the Mid-Kentucky Downs studio. I'm Zach Kroll. Former Titans star and three-time Pro Bowl running back Chris Johnson revealed on Good Morning America today he has been diagnosed with ALS. Johnson said in the interview that there's no history of ALS in his family, and his doctors believe that his case is what's called sporadic ALS, which is actually how the vast majority of ALS cases happen. Johnson was drafted 24th overall by the Titans in 2008 and was the 2009 AP NFL Offensive Player of the Year. The knockout round of the World Cup began yesterday as Canada is the first team to punch their tickets into the round of 16 with a 1-0 victory over South Africa. Steven Eustachio scored the game winner in the 92nd minute to secure the victory. Team USA is set to take on Bosnia at 7 p.m. Central Time in Santa Clara on Wednesday. Finally, we had another NBA trade yesterday as the Charlotte Hornets are trading Miles Bridges, a 2029 first-round pick, and a 2027 second-round pick to the Phoenix Suns for Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, and a 2033 first-round pick per ESPN's Shams Charania. For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, you got to visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Away we go to the fourth and final hour this morning, live from Governor's Club at Golf for a Reason, the Give 'em a Reason Foundation. Jeffery Simmons doing great stuff out here in Brentwood. A beautiful day to golf at Governor's Club. Kevin Dyson filling in for Ramon this morning. Myself, Will Bowling. Pleased to be joined by the man himself, Jeffery Simmons, sitting down with us here on the show. What's going on? Welcome.
Morning. How y'all doing this morning?
We're good.
We're good, brother.
It's hot.
I wasn't gonna do this, but now I got to.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm OG. I'm old head now. You see all this gray in my beard. We matching beards, and I can't get on the invite list. I'm gonna put this out here to everybody here. I'm at Big Jeff's tournament on the radio. I can't get on the invitee celebrity list, but I digress.
You want to play?
I always gonna play.
You brought your clubs. That's I appreciate y'all being here, man. 104 and 5. For being out here and sponsoring this event. This is my first one. I've been kind of nervous because you never know what to really expect.
Yeah.
Your first time, golf is kind of new to me.
Sure.
I've really been getting into it, but when you have a great support team with William Raymond, Chloe, Abigail, Steele, Lauren, that team it make you so proud to be able to have a team like that. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful to be able to put on an event like this. The support from each and every one here in Tennessee and whoever drove up from wherever they come from. But to all our sponsors, this wouldn't be possible without them. So I'm grateful to be able to, this. I don't know if y'all really know much about the reason why I wanted to do this, but it's kind of, my foundation not new, but I'm going towards a new initiative.
Mm-hmm.
My new thing that I want to do because it means so much to me. It's the way I grew up. I went from house to house. I moved 6 or 7 times growing up as a kid. From when I moved to Mississippi to the time I went off to college, I was kind of lost as a kid I'm wondering why in the heck we moving so much? And you don't understand them things until you get older. You realize that we couldn't. We own HUD, we own WIC, nothing was stable. And in the last couple of years, being up for Walter Payton Man in a year, you see these guys winning these awards, and the thing that really caught my eyes, and I'm a learner. I want to learn from Bobby Wagner. I want to learn from Cam Hayward.
Yeah.
Everything they do with their foundation, it's a legacy. It's something that's could be they could continue to do these things even when they done playing the game of football, and that's one of the things that I really sat and I thought about. What can I really do that means so much to me that I could really pour into, even when I'm done playing the game of football? And that's why I came up with, fund and stable home for single parents. And like I said, that it means so much to me because my mom raised 5 kids on her own. And from house to house, never saw her complain. And these parents, man, when I went a couple weeks ago, in March, went to this Habitat for Humanity event, I'm seeing these families. I seen the one lady out there, man. She was 75 years old, never owned a home. That was her first home at 75 years old.
Wow.
So when you see these type of things, it make you appreciate it, man. So this is not nothing. My foundation I knew, but that's the we're kicking things off today with the new initiative. So I'm excited.
I love it. But you've chosen a great place, obviously, and I know you've been getting into golf, and a great way to kind of get involved and start to raise money and really kick off this new initiative for you. How have you seen? How have you kind of grown to love Nashville and want to have a heart for this community? Because it feels like just yesterday you were drafted here, and we were starting to get to know you, and you were starting to get to know us. And you fast forward, and as a leader of this franchise and as a leader of this locker room, I just want to commend you on the job that you've done in this community to give back to the way that fans have given to you and cheered for you. And I just love when players and athletes feel like they love the community they're in as much as that community loves them, and we can certainly see that in you.
I most definitely, man, and it's crazy that even when I signed this last deal with, I was on FaceTime with Miss Amy, and I was just all the like memories, and when I got drafted and I first got to Nashville, walking into I can't remember exactly what it was at, but it was at the season ticket holder event that they had, and I remember just walking in there. When I walked in that building, and it almost felt like I was at a stadium. The cheers, the clap, like I felt all that again. You know, not recently when I walked in there and signed that extension. It's like since then, man, like this city, these fans have been nothing but great to me, and it's like one of them things to where it's like a home. You know, it's crazy. Me and my girl was having this conversation. She asked me like, "What does a home mean to you?" And when I was thinking about it, a home don't necessarily be the house you go and lay your head at. It's where you feel safe. I feel great. I feel like when I run out that tunnel in Nissan Stadium, I don't think about what's going on off the field. I think about giving my best to this team and to these fans, to this organization. So, man, it's Nashville itself, man. I've been loving here. You know, I always said, I don't know too many guys that I know personally, especially growing up, that played with one team. And I had an uncle who played 10 years. He played 8 with the Cowboys, his last 2 with the Washington. But to be able to play my whole career with one team, hopefully, like that's my goal. I want to retire Titan. And I have to express that to Miss Amy because it started with the city, it started with this organization, Miss Amy, you know, this is where I want to be. And, you know, I made sure that my agent knew that when it was time. You know, I even said it. No one, you guys didn't even knew that I was working on the extension because that's the way I wanted to be. I didn't want it to get messy. I want things to be clean because that's how much this organization means to me and Miss Amy. So,
man, you said something earlier about the legacy you leave behind. I think sometimes fans, the casual fans, forget. You know, we're gifted with a talent. You're gifted with a talent, being who you are. But we all know this journey ends at some point, and it's about what you do beyond that. And you spoke on that a little bit, but now we have, as we talked about off air, dealing with the news of one of our own going through something. Man, can you speak to that and how precious, as we're here celebrating you and what you're doing for the community, speak to that and about Chris Johnson?
That's just insane. Like I was just telling you guys off camera and off radio. I didn't know nothing about it until, you know, I was been seeing all the news that he was going to be on Good Morning America. But I didn't hear the news as I'm walking into the building. I heard you guys say it. I'm like, what? And that's devastating. It's like, it hurt because it's affecting the Titans community, the Titan orders, like our franchise. Like, we know how much he means to our franchise. We know how much, you know, he have done for our franchise. And I couldn't believe it. You know, I just want him to know, and to his family, that we are praying for him. You know, and I think that's where a lot of people don't understand. Like you just said, we have to take that helmet off. When we take off that helmet, we still deal with the same problem that other people are dealing with. And I just spoke about it yesterday, like the mental health side of things, like mental health, you know, sickness, things of that nature too. We still human, and it sucks. It's one of the things where the Titans just did something with Chris Johnson, at the Senior Bowl, to see these type of things, and now today you get this breaking news, and it's heartbreaking.
Yeah,
and
it is.
Man, it sucks. And it's one of the things to where even for me as a player, you make you emotional because you just never freaking know. You never know who it could be. Hall of Fame running back.
Man, come on, bro.
Absolutely.
Now look at him today dealing with something much bigger than the game of football. So, Chris Johnson, we're praying for you and your family, the Titan organization. I'm sure they will put out a statement, but I'm sure they are thinking the same thing, that this is bigger than the game of football, and we're gonna stand behind him throughout this.
100%, brother. And I appreciate you sharing that, man, because as we're here celebrating you and what you're able to accomplish outside the community, man, I want to talk a little bit more about this aspect of it in your expansion. As a leader, you Walter Payton Man of the Year multiple times, and your expansion in this organization from that kid that came here just a few short years ago, because it goes by fast. And you had Jarrell Casey, Byard, Tannehill. You had some of these leaders in the locker room, and now your expansion. And no disrespect to anybody that's on the roster right now, but the last year or two, you've been the main voice. Cam is growing. He's going to get that. He was just a rookie, but I get it. He's the quarterback, and that's always going to be there. But your voice as that expansion, that leader, and again, I'm not just talking about in that locker room. Your voice is outside, right? Okay. As we're here celebrating that. Talk about a little bit about your expansion as a leader and how you have grown, how you have progressed from that young kid in 2019 to now.
Well, they always say it's the guys before you. When you can have a team and with a great locker room. When I got in, like you said, you got Jarrell Casey, Kevin Byard, Wesley Wood. You got these guys who first off, for Jarrell Casey, I used to joke with him like, got the worst body, but and Jarrell's when he spoke, when he went out there on the practice field, when he went on the game day, no one blocking Jarrell one-on-one.
Right.
He's freaky. Like, I'm like, how's he doing this with this type of body? But
that's real.
That really didn't, the game spoke for itself. What they did off the field, from the rally on the runway events to what Kevin Byard and them did with his foundation, what Jarrell doing with his foundation. Because I think it was his brother who was locked up at the time. The reason why he was doing things towards that was his foundation. But when you could see these things, I'll tell you, I'm a learner. Like to this day, like even becoming into the season before last year, I went to Denard, I went to Coach Callahan. What can I do? We got a young football team. I'm gonna ask questions. What can I do to be a better leader coming into next year? And it's the same thing with my game of football, with the thing off the field. I want to know, how can I be, and it's like one of the things I just talked about, the mental health. How can I have my mental right going into this building to not take my problems into work and things of that nature? It's the same thing as when you go home. Leave work at home. Leave work at work.
Yeah.
When I come home, I don't want that to affect my family.
Right.
So it's just things that me as a person, each and every day, my motto each and every day when I wake up, to be better than I was yesterday.
Yeah.
The same thing from vice versa the years before. I just want to continue to elevate my game, not just on the football field. The leader in my community, because I know we have a platform. And if we don't use that platform, I just feel like it's worthless. And for me, my goal is to impact as many lives as I can through this game of football. And that's what I'm trying to do. And like I said, each and every day I wake up, that's my goal.
I got one more for you here, because I know you're a very busy man today, and you are the master of ceremonies, so to speak, of your golf tournament here at Governor's Club. You've been working out with a couple of guys who know what it's like to play for Robert Saleh, and including your new teammate, John Franklin Myers, who you've been training with Quentin Williams as well. What have those guys told you about what it's going to be like playing for Robert Saleh, not just on the practice field, and I know you've been around the team as well, but what are you most excited about from what you've learned from those two guys?
He gonna let us play. When you're talking to them guys and you hear the excitement, like even Quentin was like, man, I wish, I want to be back in that defense. Like, to hear these type of things, to, from JFM to know, like, they had so much success in this defense, to just attack and just getting up the field and go create havoc in the backfield. But what they did say, we better be in shape, because in this defense, you will have to run. And I can tell. Of course, I didn't do much at minicamp and OTAs, but heck, I'm on the side field working out, and at one point, I'm like, how many yards I'm getting today? But they wanted to kind of match to practice, and man, like one day I got like over 2,500 yards, and that's in minicamp.
That's interior D lineman.
But that's what I'm. So in that point, in that regards, and that's the reason why I stated, when I was going to leave out on that last interview I had, I want to be in the best shape that I could be in, because I know the news it was out there with coach like, if you could play more than 4 snaps in this defense, you're not playing the right way. And I continue to stand on what I mean, and like I feel, I'm a different breed. Coach, I want to be on the field.
Yeah.
I want to come on the field,
That's
which
right.
I know I'm going to come off the field, but in that mindset for me, to be able to get in that mindset, like, I want to play as many snaps as I can, so when I get ready to come back here and for training camp, I'll be ready to be in the best shape I need to be in to do them things. So.
Good stuff. Jeffrey Simmons here with us. Golf for a Reason Day, the Give 'em a Reason Foundation. If you want to learn more, you want to make a donation, head online, giveemareason.org. Congratulations on the new deal. I know there are a lot of Titans fans. Very happy to hear how much you love Nashville, how much you love this place. You know they love you as well. Continued health and success. Thank you so much for being here.
I definitely appreciate you guys, man.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
y'all.
Jeffrey Simmons with us. More Ramon Will coming up next. Ramon and Will continues this morning on 104.5 The Zone, live from Governor's Club in Brentwood. Kevin Dyson, Will Bowling, Zach Kroll, our producer. 615-737-1045, our number. Great to sit down with Jeffery Simmons just a few minutes ago. Great to be out here at his charity golf tournament, Golf for a Reason. Again, giveareason.org, where you can go to donate. And Dr. Dyson, he has become such an awesome face of this franchise and member of this community, and it's just really cool the way Jeff's been able to use his platform to do a lot of good for Nashville.
You know, man, I remember meeting him in 2019, like I said, doing an interview. Mike Keys, we did an event downtown somewhere, and he just gotten drafted. You know, there was a whole thing between his injury, and he fell to the Titans, if you will, around that time. And just to see his maturation and growth and hear him speak on that, and now being the elder statesman, the leader in the clubhouse, man, it's good to see the young. I'll call him a young fella because I'm a lot older than him. It's good to see the young fella and his expansion as a leader, as a man in the community, and all the things. You can see it on his face and hear him talk. How genuine all that was. That wasn't fake. That wasn't for show. That wasn't for publicity. That was truly a man that really cares and wants to give back and finding ways that resonate with him to leave a legacy behind. That one of the hardest things from transitioning from professional life to, I'm in quotes again, regular life is purpose and legacy. And some guys do better with it than others, finding their purpose. I wish I would have figured some things out while playing ball that had helped with my transition. It worked out for me in a lot of different ways, but he seems to already beginning to establish his purpose outside of playing this sport. He's recognizing that there's more days behind him than ahead of him, and he's trying to leave that legacy behind moving forward.
Yeah, it's cool to see so many members of the organization and teammates and coaches, Brian
supporting
Daboll,
him,
saying hey to us, saying hey to Jeff a minute ago, and being here. And it's just another sign of many of just how well-loved Jeff is within this organization, within this locker room, and as much of a leader as he is and has been. But I'm fascinated with this defensive front, Dr. Dyson, this upcoming season. And you know that Robert Saul is rubbing his hands together, very happy about the opportunities that he has. But for a defense that is going to be an attack defense, for you playing against defenses like that were, you know, the Gus Bradley, the Pete Carroll, kind of the Legion of Boom type of scheme, right, of the 4-3 and getting upfield, and those defensive linemen, I can see Ramon rolling his eyes and shaking his head right now as I'm talking about it, and the attack mindset from defensive linemen, but that ability to get home with 4, get guys upfield, play coverage on the back end, and have that numbers advantage from the back end as well, to be able to have 7 guarding 5 or 7 guarding 4 out there, and depending on what the offense is doing, there's a real opportunity for this defense to take a big step this season, and Jeffery Simmons obviously is right at the center of that.
Listen, we've talked about it at the beginning of the show. And one of the things people ask me about, I've always said I've been excited about the moves they've made in free agency and draft. Collectively, I think they've done some very unique things, excitable guys that fit the school, fit the team, as opposed to just going to get the best player. But one thing that's for certain that I think I'm most excited about is the moves they've made defensively. And watching Salah's defenses, even as a Jet head coach, there was never a knock on the defense. It was productivity offensively. And they seemed to got Dabo, who came by and introduced himself and shook our hands, and they've gotten some weapons offensively, and we expect some progression there. But defensively, as you talked to Big Jeff, got excited talking to people.
Said I'm a different breed.
I'm different breed. He's like, man, I get to go play. You look at what Salah did when he went back to San Francisco this past season, and all the injuries they had offensively, and the guys, they were relevant and contending because of what they did defensively. And he had injuries on defense.
Right. A lot of them.
And he still was able to get and ring that towel and get everything out of those players and be aggressive. And I call it smart aggression. They weren't out of position. They were making plays. And, it's NFL. You're going against some of the best athletes to ever do it, and they're going to make plays.
Right.
It's an offensive league at that, so they're going to get calls. However, what you have seen from a solid-led team, a solid-led defense, is that smart aggression and guys making plays defensively, and that's the expectation. And if that's the expectation, that's the standard. And if you're not meeting that standard, well, I got to go to the next guy.
Yeah.
And that's where he's had his success. I'm talking about Saleh. He, being Saleh, has had his success in doing. And I'm excited to see how he implements some of that here. With some of the things that we thought were at deficiency, maybe being the secondary on the edges over the past several years, adding depth to the defensive line, getting guys on the edges that can get to the quarterback one-on-one consistently, and getting guys on that midsection, that linebacker range that can flow and make plays down the line. They seemingly have done all those things. And so it's an exciting time, man, the getting ready for that excitement going into the 26-27 season.
615-737-1045, our number, open for your reaction to our chat with Jeffery Simmons or favorite Chris Johnson memories, as we've been doing this morning as well. You know, I think there's one area where you're going to see statistically this defense take a big step forward. I think that's forcing turnovers.
Yeah.
I think when
definitely.
you look at this front four, and two, the movable parts you have, because Robert Saleh has spoken in the past about how on passing downs, John Franklin Myers is going to play one spot, and then on rundowns, he's going to play in another spot, and he can set an edge as a defensive end, then he can move inside and be more of an interior pass rusher. You get two speed guys out there.
Yeah.
It feels like, Dr. Dyson, the front four is as interchangeable as it's been here in a long time.
Yeah.
Because when I think of the best defenses of past years and even recent memory, like back to the AFC Championship game run, this organization believed in having 4, 5, or 6 really good pass rushers playing every snap.
Yeah.
And having Harold Landry play a significant amount of snaps. Bud Dupree in his time here, we had a number of players who were asked to stop the run, asked to stop the pass, were asked to kind of do a little bit of everything. You are seeing a philosophical change now. And you're going to see guys rotating in and out more than you ever have in order to stay fresh, in order to play this attack defense. And when you go to practice and see Aaron Whitecotton coach the defensive linemen, you understand exactly the way they're coaching these guys to be aggressive. I mean, they are a pack of hyenas. I mean that as positively, as complimentary as I can in the way that he's training these guys. But this defense forced 14 turnovers last season. And they were 26th in the league in the amount of turnovers that they forced. The last interception to come by a corner for the Titans defense was Roger McCreary, who played 8 games for the defense last season. Dang. That was the only interception by a corner last season. The other ones were linebacker and safety. Yes, out of 14 overall giveaways. Cody Barton led the defense with 3 interceptions last season. That's right. I think there's an opportunity here for that to be the next step for this defense. And Robert Saleh has spoken about it. The most impactful part of a football game is turnovers. The most impactful thing you can do as a defense is force turnovers. I know 98 is thinking about it. I know John Franklin Myers is obviously a part of that. But Jermaine Johnson, Keldrick Falk, Femi Oladejo in a big second season, I think all are better because of this secondary now having some new pieces and some new parts. And it's kind of like offensive lines in that you are as good as your most inexperienced corner and member of the secondary. And that ability for Cordell Flott and Alontae Taylor to play a really big role and giving those guys more time to get after the quarterback is really exciting, I think, to a lot of Titans fans.
You know, and to your point, Will, I think, man, you take thinking out of a player and let them use their God-given talents, they're that much better.
Right.
If I'm having to think and adjust and assign and all this different stuff.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, now you're worried, you're second guessing. Am I in the right position? Am I doing the right things? You're not just using your talents, is your physical attributes, your speed, your size, your athleticism, whatever they might be. And I think that's the premonition is let these players use their talents. Just put in position so they can use their talents to be more effective. And somebody like Big Jeff, who is an every down D lineman, right? You know, and he can line anywhere from going inside out, the 1, 3, the 5, or the 7. He can line any one of those gaps and be productive. Now, he's more productive on the inside, obviously, but he can also affect change on either gap. And that's what I like about what Saleh does. Some of these guys and what they've done are interchangeable, where you can get your 4 best pass rusher in, and you get your 4 best run stoppers in, and then you can get a guy in to get rest, and there's not a big distinction, not a big drop off.
Right.
Because when it comes down to it, guarantee you, when it comes down to game time, gotta win some plays. Your 4 best, whatever that is, that looks at it in that moment in need, are going to be on the field.
No question. And it's going to be fun to see in different situations. Like, when does that mean Keldrick Falk is on the outside, John Franklin Myers is on the inside?
Right.
You know, are you going to have times where you have John Franklin Myers at edge with Jeffery Simmons and Solomon Thomas to the inside, and then you've got Femi Oladejo who can rush the passer, and he's just had a couple plays off, so now he's fresh coming in there. I mean, there's a world of opportunities here, and you really feel like if that secondary can live up to the expectations that they have, high expectations, but rightfully so. They've earned that in the free agent deals that they've gotten between Cordell Flott and Alontae Taylor, and Marcus Harris stepped into that new nickel role. I think there's a chance for this defense to be pretty good.
Yeah.
And Robert Saleh immediately got that Jets defense after year 1. Year 2, they were 4th in the NFL in scoring defense. Now, year 1, it was a little bit more of growing pains, but he also didn't have 98. Right? He didn't have
some cornerstone pieces.
Right. You had a young Quentin Williams, a young John Franklin Myers. You're getting veteran forms of some of the best interior pass rushers that are in the NFL
Pro
right
Bowl
now.
level players, yes.
Right. And I know Jeff spoke about it too with the elbow cleanup and all of that stuff. Like, imagine a 100% healthy Jeff. Like, and I know he mentioned it, and there were no excuses, and it was like, hey, like, we're going to take the next step here within this thing. But it's exciting. It's going to be really different. I think the rotation piece of it is going to be fascinating to watch. And as quickly as they move, imagine the amount of coaches, too, up in the box, and the amount of defensive line coaches and assistant coaches downstairs trying to get that choreography right of when to sub, when to not, when to get guys on. And it's a scheme that Gus Bradley and Robert Saleh know very well. That's
Listen, did you hear the underline, between the lines, I should say, stuff that Big Jeff was saying? He said he about to be in the best shape of his life.
It's a different breed.
Yeah. And that's a scary thought to think about. The man who has worked as hard as he had.
Because last year looked like a different breed, too.
Come on now. He basically telling you, I'm about to be that guy. Like, I'm out here getting in the best shape of my life right now because I know the type of style of play we're going to play, and I want to be on the field to do it. And he's over here grinding, and him 100% at best shape of his life, that's a dangerous proposition right there, bro.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Zach, do we still have Cedric on the line with us? We do. Let's go to Cedric. 615-737-1045. Talk about CJ2K this morning. What's up, Cedric?
Hey, man, good morning. Listen, man, KD, you guys, man, that take the field every Sunday, and you guys go out there and y'all compete and, go out to prove that you guys are the best at what you do and win a Super Bowl. But for us fans, man, y'all give us such memories, man. And, I texted my family this morning about CJ, and my daughter immediately responded. And she's a big Titan fan, man, in large part because of Chris Johnson. So, man, I just really appreciate, man, everything that y'all do to give us fans these memories that we can create as families and friends. And I want to say this to the Titans organization, man. August 23rd, the first preseason game, make that Chris Johnson night. Induct that dude into the ring of honor and bring his family here. Let the Johnson family, the 4 kids, Brittany, experience that, create that memory with their father, man. Time is not on our side, man. And if they do that, man, I'm telling you, my whole family will be there. I don't care what I got to pay. I will cheer my tail off for Chris Johnson, man, to thank him for everything that he's done for this organization, man, and for my family, man, creating those memories that we still talk about, man. So that's all I got, man.
Yeah, that's well said.
You, Ced.
Thank you, Cedric. Appreciate the call.
Hey, man, and that's the realness of what sport is, right? And as I'm trying to build a school surrounding around this very thing and the connection of sport and the impact it can have on a life, on a person, on a family, on a community. We all rally together behind sport, and we're having to rally behind somebody that meant so much to us and watching him play. It was a special time with him, right? And again, we had Eddie. Even before you had Earl, then Eddie, and then CJ. And then he's like lightning can't strike again. Then you got Derrick Henry, and we just been fortunate here of having these running backs that have just kind of we've embraced as Oilers Titan fans organization, and we've embraced them. And CJ is right at the top of that list of all the greats that have played here running back wise that you just resonate with, that you were talking about people's favorite memories, and there's so many coming like, oh, I remember this run, oh, I remember that one, oh, I remember, and it's just those moments that you think about this guy and the impact that he had. And this is again after the heels of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Then in 2018, that was really, really, really good. And then it was just kind of CJ.
Right.
And that was kind of what you went to the stadium to see was what is he going to do?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. 615-737-1045. Final call for phone calls live from Golf for a Reason. Jeffery Simmons' first charity golf tournament. Players are getting here. Coaches checking in. Going to be a great day here at Governor's Club. Appreciate Jeff. Appreciate his team for having us out here as we wrap up the show. Coming up next. Wrapping up the show here from Governor's Club, Golf for a Reason. Appreciate Jeffery Simmons and his team for having us out here today. Really fun to be a part of this with you, Dr. Dyson, and see so many Titans coaches and players and members of the community here to support Jeff. We've got Hattie B's truck over here slinging some hot chicken. It's good vibes out here.
Did Dabo low-key challenge me saying that he was going to play from the up tees and give him a stroke of hold? Did he low-key challenge me? Because I'll go get my clubs now.
Coach Dable is in the building.
I'll take his new coordinator money. I'll take it.
I love it. Julius Chestnut gonna join us here in just a minute. Titans running back and golfer as well. Julius is quite a golfer. He's gonna probably downplay it as soon as he sits down over here and talk about how he's not that good. But I promise, I've seen it firsthand. He's pretty good. And all of these things. But really cool to see the team kind of come together for this. And in this break, we were talking earlier about just how you guys fill time and how you guys, keep from probably being a little restless and waiting to do something, right? Because you get a break, and I imagine Ramon's always said July 4th is when summer's over for him. He's like, after July 4th, you get back, and now it's all right. I need to make sure I'm in as good a shape as I possibly can be.
You got the OTAs, mini camps, and all the different things leading up until your break in June, and that's truly the last time you see your family, but that's truly the last time you see your family, other than the bye week.
Undivided attention, right?
And so you try to do much vacationing, but again, you never can turn it off.
Right.
You're still working out, you're still running. I remember being on vacations and getting up in the morning, going to the gym, and then in the evenings I go get my run in or whatever it was. You know what I mean? And you're still you're still in that mode because we said it's not for long. And every year is a new draft. Every year there's free agency. Every year there's somebody trying to take your spot out of 1,500 spots. And so you got to do what you can to keep your spot. And if you're not going to be in shape, you're not going to do your work, you're not going to do all the things to keep your spot, you be out here even faster than the not for long. So, but, it's kudos, man. It's been great to see the support pouring out from the organization, players supporting the cause, man, being here today. It's nice weather. It's getting a little muggy out here.
Yeah, it's getting there now.
But it's nice. It's beautiful, man. I'm happy to see it.
Need to keep this cloud cover, and everybody be just fine. Everybody be just fine at that point. But no, when the sun's out, the sun just came out a minute ago, and we had a couple people walk over to us like, "Oh, y'all are going at a good time at 10 o'clock, aren't you?" Like, yeah, a little bit. But no, it's been really cool and been fun to kind of see everything come together here and. Voice of the Titans, Taylor Zarzer, stopping by
with his clubs.
Busiest man in show business.
Look at him.
Hopping over here. What's going on?
What's up, bro?
Right. I mean, you had Victor Hovland, Scotty Scheffler, and now Taylor Zarzer all golfing on a Monday morning. Yeah, Mike's on here in a second. Oh, here we go.
I'm going to be better with my 5-footers than Scotty.
Yeah. Scotty.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened?
That was shocking. I was not ready for that.
How are you? Good to see you.
I'm great.
I didn't know you were going to be here.
How's your game, Dice? You good?
As good as an amateur can be. That's right up 15.
Yeah.
Yesterday I shot at 87 with 2 triples and 2 doubles. So
that's promising.
That's what I'm saying. It's close.
That's Spiethian is what that is.
That is very Spiethian. Yeah. You don't usually see Will Bowling playing outside golf. So
that's true. That's true.
I'm very excited to see what's going to happen here today.
Yeah. I'm not out here today.
Oh, you're not?
I'm leaving it to the pros like you.
Okay, all right. Well, it's a great cause, and it's great to see all these people out here today. And my man Jack over here that works for the Tennessee Titans is very fired up. He's got his Masters hat on today. He raided the Masters merchandise shop this year.
How was the range session? How are you hitting them?
Hitting them straight.
Okay, good.
There you go.
That usually for me, if I don't hit them well, then I'm great. And then if I hit them well, then it's not good. It's somewhere in the middle.
How much did you spend at the pro shop?
Oh my goodness! And he did it. He didn't do it himself. He had somebody else's credit card do it for him while he was there. Yeah.
So the food is cheap and good, but they say that merch, they're gonna make the money.
That's right.
Yeah,
boys, it's great to see y'all.
Good to see you.
Tighten up. It's a great cause for Jeff today, and
you got about 7 minutes to warm up.
Certainly thinking about CJ2K.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know everybody is. So
absolutely.
All right, y'all have a great day.
Hey, good to see you, brother.
Taylor Zarzer coming by the table as he heads to the tournament practice area, as he would call it, at Augusta National here from Governor's Club. Love that.
Yeah, man, that's good stuff, man. And again, man, this goes to show you the the importance of Big Jeff in this organization.
Yes.
The amount of support poured into him and what he's doing and his cause, and showing this how much they value this man, not just by that extension. As he mentioned, he wanted to be a Titan for life. It was more about that. It was more about the man and what he means to this community.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, Julius Chestnut's walking over here. We got about 90 seconds left in the show.
Yeah.
So what we're going to get is a scouting report on how Julius Chestnut is hitting them on the range this morning. We just heard from Taylor Zarzer. What's going on? Welcome. How we doing?
Great,
How
y'all.
we hitting them?
Hopefully you're good today.
You said you was going to say that. He said you was going to say that.
Man, it's been rough.
He told me you was a scratch golfer. That's what he told me.
Used to be.
Huh?
No, you're very good. You got to give yourself some credit.
I'm all right.
Great calls today for Jeff. So cool to see so many of you guys out here and so many of the team to support Jeff. And it's going to be a fun day for you guys.
Oh, yeah, man. It's always good when you're supporting a good cause, and especially playing golf, too.
Yeah.
Doing something fun at it.
That's right. Well, we're out of time. We're going to catch up with you at some point.
Yeah,
but
no. It's all good.
You didn't need to spend time with us. The important stuff is making sure the driver's good and you're hitting them straight.
Yeah.
So.
We're going to see if that goes well.
That'll be my driver in the bag.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Yes, sir. Y'all
Have fun. All right,
bro.
Julius Chestnut hanging out for a minute here. That is the show this morning. Kevin Dyson and Will Bowling. We will be back in studio in the AC tomorrow. GiveHimAReason.org is the website to donate to Jeff's cause. Really great stuff going on here. As we send it back to Music Circle, the Buck Rising Show is next. What's going on? It's Will Bowling for my friends at Brentwood Jewelry at 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. They have a big 4th of July sale, 20 to 40% off store-wide. Celebrate America's independence with incredible savings on fine jewelry, watches, and diamonds. Some exclusions apply. Get $250 off any in-store item over $1,000 in honor of America's 250th birthday. An incredible deal from our friends at Brentwood Jewelry. You can check out more about them, about their collections online at BrentwoodJewelry.com. I can personally recommend them. Going there for an engagement ring for my wedding band. They make the process so easy for me. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Shop online at BrentwoodJewelry.com or in store. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. That's Brentwood Jewelry, online at Brentwood Jewelry.